physical quality of life, it takes out essentially the inherent throne, especially when that son is the most highly qualified and beloved of all the people. I shall doubtlessly bring back my bewildered Lawrence Reed. Since you have committed a hideous sin, you shall truly reside in hell. There you will wail endlessly. None of your desired objects.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Srimad Ramayanam, Chapter 3. Bharata hissed like an enraged serpent. Immediate remedial action was required. He would bring Rama back and then take his place in the forest to fulfill his vow. How could he possibly remain in Ayodhya among the grieving citizens while Rama sat in the lonely wilderness? Prince pointed angrily at his mother as he went on. So, part cruel woman, you had best either enter fire, swallow poison, or go yourself to the forest. There is no other course left for you to free yourself from the stain of your sinful deed. I myself shall be freed of his sin only when Rama has been brought back and installed upon the throne. Bharata fell to the floor almost senseless with grief, with his garments in disarray and his jewels tossed about. The prince looked like a banner raised in honor of Indra and suddenly dropped down again. While Bharata lay absorbed in sorrow, Dashratha's ministers, having heard the commotion in Kaikeyi's room, gathered around. After some time, Bharata regained his senses and saw the ministers surrounding him. Rising up quickly, the prince again rebuked his mother, who sat miserable, her eyes full of tears. Bharata returned toward the king's advisers and said in a loud voice, "At no time did this sinful woman consult with me concerning Rama's exile. I have never coveted the kingdom. Indeed, I knew nothing of the intended installation of Rama. I was far away from Ayodhya. Only today have I learned all the facts from my mother, whom I utterly reject." Kausalya, whose rooms were nearby, heard Bharata's voice. She got up, desiring to speak to the prince. Bharata was also thinking of Kausalya. He ran out of Kaikeyi's apartment, accompanied by Shatrugna. As they went toward Kausalya, they saw her in the passageway. She was dressed in white silks and appeared pale and emaciated. Her body was trembling and she seemed distracted. As she saw the two princes approaching, she cried out and collapsed to the floor. Bharata and Shatrugna quickly lifted her up and she embraced her brothers, who were both weeping. The distraught queen said to Bharata, "You may now enjoy this kingdom stripped of all its enemies. Surely you hankered for the sovereignty, and now your mother has fully secured it for you. The cruel Kaikeyi has sent away my son as an ascetic. She should now send me away as well. Otherwise, I shall place at my head the sacrificial fire, and followed by Sumitra, proceed happily along the road taken by Rama. In any event, I cannot remain here any longer." Kausalya shocked as she spoke. Your mother has served you well, O Bharata. Your plan has succeeded. Rule now is wide and abounding in riches, but first please take me to wherever my household son is staying. I shall spend my days with him in the forest. The queen bitterly reapproached Bharata with many painful words. Hearing this, the prince was stunned and he practically lost consciousness. His mind utterly confused, he fell at Kausalya's feet and cried out, kneeling before her with joined palms. Bharata said, surely you know my love for Rama, O noble lady. How could you even imagine that I am in any way guilty of conspiring with Kaikeyi? I found out only today of this terrible turn of events. Bharata clasped Kausalya's feet. Did she really believe he was a party to Rama's exile? The prince spoke from his heart. Let the man who agrees to Rama's exile reap the sins that follow every kind of wicked act condemned in the scriptures. Let him roam about this world like a madman, clad in rags and begging for his food. Let him never take delight in pity and truth. Let all his wealth he looted by robbers, let him fall victim to every kind of disease. Let him never attain the higher regions inhabited by the gods. Indeed, let that missiles and devilment fall down to the darkest hell and remain there forever. The prince expressed his anger to Kausalya, pleading his innocence by making numerous difficult oaths. He was mortified to think that anyone could imagine him in any way inimical to Rama. The queen was reassured by Bharata's words. She had spoken only out of her own anguish. In her heart, she knew the prince was innocent. Gently stroking his head, she said, my agony is aggravated by your pain, dear son. Surely you are free of all sins. Your mind has not deviated from righteousness, and you are true to your word. You will doubtlessly reach the realms of the virtuous, my child. As Kaushalya and Bharata spoke together, remembering Rama and the king, they both fell to the floor, overpowered by grief. The palace attendants then helped them to their rooms where they lay in a fitful sleep. Hare Krishna. Srimad Ramayana, Part 2, Chapter 4. We shall bring Rama back. The next day, as twilight approached, Vasishtha came to Bharata and said, rise up now, O prince, and shake off the grief. This time has come to perform your father's funeral. Come quickly, O Bharata, for the ceremony is long overdue. Seeing the sage, Bharata fell prostrate at his feet, saying, so be it. After quickly bathing and changing his clothes, he went with Vasishtha to the place where his father's body was lying in its tank of oil. Vasishtha had Dasharatha's body brought out and laid upon a golden bed studded with numerous bright jewels. As he gazed at his father, Bharata lamented, O great king, you always knew right from wrong. After sending Rama and Lakshmana into exile, what did you intend to do? How shall I act now, my lord? Alas, I am lost. Where have you gone? Dear father, leaving the servant of yours distressed and forlorn, where now is the glorious Rama who performs great deeds with little exertion? Bharata stood at his father's feet. Dasharatha lay covered with white silks and adorned with royal ornaments. Bharata cried to him piteously, now that you have left for the heavens, O king, who will protect the people, deprived of you, this earth no longer appears attractive. Indeed, the city of Ayodhya looks like a dark night bereft of the moon. Vasishtha came up to Bharata and said, gather yourself together. O prince, you should now carry out the last rites for the king with a cool mind. Bharata asked the priest to proceed with the ceremony. The Brahmins brought out from the king's apartments his sacred fire, which he had maintained throughout his life. Placing the fire at their head, they carried the king to the cremation ground, their throats choked with sorrow. As the procession made its way along the road, the citizens came out of their houses and bobbed their heads, scattering flowers and pieces of new cloth on the road. At the cremation ground on the bank of the Saryu, the priest prepared a pyre with various types of fragrant woods. They placed Dasratha upon the pyre and began to chant the sacred hymns of the Samaveda to invoke good fortune. Bharata took a flame from the king's sacrificial fire and lit the pyre. The king's wives, along with the princess and priests, then circumambulated the fire, their hearts burning with grief. The women wailed piteously. Kaushalya and Sumitra fell to the ground crying like a pair of female cranes, although they both longed to ascend the pyre and follow their husband. They longed even more to see Rama and Lakshman return. As the fire died down, all of the king's relatives went to the river bank and offered palmfuls of that holy water to his departed soul. They then returned to the city and spent the following 10 days grieving, taking little food and lying upon the bare ground, their eyes filled with tears. On the 11th day, the final obsequial rites were performed, and on the 12th day, Bharata gave to the Brahmins much charity on his father's behalf. On the following day, Bharata and Shatrugna returned to the cremation ground to collect their father's ashes. Upon arriving at the funeral pyre, the two princes saw their father's remains and they cried out in pain. Remembering again the king's various affectionate gestures toward them, they fell to the ground and rolled about. Shatrugna lamented angrily, a fierce and formidable sea of grief has been unleashed by Mardara. Kaikeyi's bones are its great waves, and her words its fearful alligators. Alas, this violent ocean has swept over us all. Where have you gone, dear father, leaving behind poor Bharata, who is yet a tender boy? Shatrughna stood up with his arms outstretched. How strange that his earth does not split in two. Seeing you gone and Rama retired to the forest, we two brothers shall also go to the woods, for we cannot return to Ayodhya, rendered desolate without our father and brother. All the attendants of Bharata and Shatrughna were distressed to see the princess agony. Comforting the royal brothers, the omniscient Vasishtha said, your father has surely ascended to the highest regions of bliss. He was ever pious and never committed a sin even in his mind. You grieve needlessly, for the soul of your father is eternal and has gone to the Lord's eternal abode. The two princes stood with folded hands looking at the royal priest, putting aside their grief. They listened attentively as the sage continued. The body is always dead, being composed of nothing more than lifeless matter. It is born and remains for only a short while, with destruction being its inevitable and only a fool grieves for the unavoidable. The wise understand that this entire world will be destroyed along with all its living creatures. It is the soul alone that will survive. Sister pointed to the king's remains as he spoke. The king had achieved the perfection of life and would not take another birth. Those devoted to God service leave this temporary world forever. For them, there is no more suffering. The princes should shed their grief and perform their duties. Their father now sat in the highest heaven where the kingdom stood in need of their perfection. After hearing the sage's spiritual instructions, the brothers gained strength. They took their father's ashes and placed them in the sacred Sarayu. Along with all their attendants, they made their way back to Ayodhya. As they walked, Shatrugna spoke to Bharata. How strange it is that the mighty Rama stands exiled by the words of a woman. I cannot understand why Lakshman did not forcefully restrain the king, seeing him to be straying from the path of righteousness. Shatrugna was mystified that such an injustice could have taken place. How did Rama allow himself to be sent away, causing his father's death? What sin had the powerful and virtuous prince ever committed? Had he been present, Shatrugna would surely have intervened. Kaikeyi and her rebel maid would have been checked and severely rebuked for their unforgivable behavior. As Shatrugna thought in this way, they arrived at the king's place and saw Mantra at the gate. She was wearing costly garments and adorned with jeweled ornaments. Seeing the two princes, she gasped and shrank back. Immediately, the doorkeeper seized her and dragged her to the princess, saying, here is a cruel wretch responsible for the exile of our beloved lord. Do with her what you will. Shatrughna became inflamed and took hold of Manchara, pulling her into the palace. He spoke in front of many other maidservants who were standing there. This wicked one shall now reap the fruits of her evil deeds. She has brought acute and unbearable pain to all in this house, as well as to all the citizens of Ayodhya. Watch now as I punish her. Mantra shrieked loudly, being held tightly by Shatrughna. All her female companions ran away in different directions, fearful that the enraged Shatrughna would also turn on them. The prince dragged Manchura violently across the floor, and her ornaments broke and scattered on the blue marble floor like so many stars in the sky. Kaikeyi heard her servant screaming and came quickly to help her. Seeing her, Shatrughna began rebuking her with the harsh words. Kaikeyi was pained by Shatrughna's sharp words and ran to Bharata for perfection. Bharata moved away from his mother and spoke to the furious Shatrughna. Even when sinful women should never be slain, you should therefore forgive this maidservant. Indeed, I would have slain my own mother if the eternal moral law did not forbid it. And certainly such an act would never be pleasing to Rama. Our peers brother would never speak with us again if he heard that we killed this woman. Hearing Bharata's admonition, Shatrughna released mantra and she fell almost unconscious to the floor. Kaikeyi raised her up and she wailed piteously, her clothes and hair in disarray. Kaikeyi looked fearfully at Shatrughna and gently calmed her servant. Although Manthara had brought about a terrible calamity in Kaikeyi's life, the queen felt no anger toward her. Her son's severe reaction had made Kaikeyi thoughtful. She remembered her husband's words when she asked for the wounds. He had been right. She had always loved Rama like her own son. What had possessed her so that she had desired his exile? She considered it the work of all powerful providence. Manthara could not be blamed. She was only an instrument in the hands of destiny. Thinking of Rama and feeling she had done him a great injustice, Kaikeyi watched in silence as Bharata and Shatrughna left. On the 14th day after the funeral, the king's counselors conferred and then spoke with Bharata. Wanting to install him as king, they said, as your elder brother has gone to the forest along with Lakshmana, there will be no sin in your superseding him and accepting the throne. Therefore, O several among many, be consecrated as our ruler and protect us with justice and compassion. The counselors showed Bharata the seat and coronation paraphernalia which had been prepared for Rama's installation. Exactly as Rama had done, however, Bharata walked around the seat in respect and said, I shall never accept the kingdom, passing over the peers, Rama. All of you know well the rule in our race. The kingship is always conferred upon the eldest brother. Therefore, Rama will be the ruler of this earth. Let a large and powerful army be made ready, for we shall go to the forest to bring back Rama. Bharata pointed to the paraphernalia, taking all these items. We shall perform Rama's coronation even in the forest. You may then bring him back in honor as a king. I myself shall remain there in his place for 14 years. I shall never allow my mother to realize her ambition. Bharata became enlivened as he contemplated the possibility of bringing Rama home. He felt sure that Rama could be convinced to return when he saw Bharata coming to get him with all the people of Ayodhya. He ordered that expert architects and engineers construct a road to the forest. The work should begin immediately and they would leave as soon as possible. All the Brahmin counselors applauded Bharata, saying, very good, it shall be done. They blessed Bharata and he felt delighted in mind. His face lit up with joy and tears flowed from his eyes. Thinking of Rama and his imminent return, everyone found their grief dispelled. Thousands of skilled men were employed in the task of building the road. Absorbed in thoughts of Rama, they worked swiftly, leveling the land to lay out a broad road paved with great slabs of red stone. The work was carried out as quickly as possible. Wells were dug and large ponds excavated. Trees were planted along the edge of the road to provide shade, and fragrant gardens were laid out at intervals. The great highway was decorated with fed stones and sprinkled with scented water mixed with sandalwood paste. Along the way, tent encampments enclosed by wild moats were erected for the army. Temples were constructed and images of Vishnu and the gods were installed and worshipped. In some places, wealthy men had mansions built and villages grew up around his houses. The road extended from Ayodhya all the way to the Ganges, Strewn with various forest flowers, it appeared like a pathway made by the gods and leading to the heavens. Within less than a month, the road was complete. Bharata summoned Sumantra and ordered him to have the army prepared to leave. In great eagerness, the army chiefs prepared everything for the journey to the forest. Mounting upon his own golden car drawn by six pairs of horses, Bharata set out from the city. He was followed by 9,000 elephants, 60,000 chariots, and 100,000 infantry. All the royal counselors and priests accompanied him, as well as Dasratha's three wives. The procession from Ayodhya consisted of thousands of citizens of all classes. It made its way slowly toward the forest. Merchants set out shops, and artisans and craftsmen of all kinds plied their trade along the road. Thousands of Brahmins, their minds absorbed in meditation, followed the procession on bullock carts, uttering benedictions and prayers. After some days, Bharata arrived near Sringavira, where Rama's friend Guha lived. Halting on the bank of the Ganges, the prince set up camp. Bharata descended from his chariot along with Shatrugna and went down to the river bank, where he lay down in prostrated obeisance. Along with his brother and Dashratha's wife, he offered Ganges water to the king's departed soul. Guha had seen Bharata's approach and said to his counselors, "This huge army appears like a sea without any shore. I see in the distance a towering banner bearing the emblem of Bharata. Surely he has come here wishing harm to Rama." Guha thought Bharata intended to kill Rama in order to establish unchallenged right to the kingdom. Seeing the tremendous number of people accompanying Bharata, he felt fearful. "I think this prince will either bind us with chains or kill us, finding us entirely devoted to Rama." Guha continued, "Have our men stand ready with weapons and clothed in mail. The boats should each be filled with 100 warriors and should wait on the other side of the river. Rama is our Lord and Master, and we should do whatever is in our power to assist him." Guha decided to go personally to Bharata and discover his purpose. Taking various sweetmeats and fruits as an offering, he went with his chief ministers toward the prince's tent. As he approached nearby, Sumantra saw him and informed Bharata, "Here comes the Nishada king Guha, accompanied by 1,000 of his men. He is Rama's friend and he knows well everything about the forest. O noble prince, you should allow him to see you, for he will surely know Rama's whereabouts." Bharata immediately gave orders that Guha be shown into his tent. He came before Bharata and humbly bowed down, saying, "This kingdom is yours, O prince. As Rama's friend, you are my friend and indeed my lord. Be pleased to accept this good stuff and please also stay in my house. Allow my men to entertain your army tonight, and tomorrow you may leave refreshed to accomplish your purpose." Bharata could understand Guha's mind. He was pleased by his reception and by his devotion to Rama. He spoke gently to the Nishada ruler. "It is a pleasure to meet you, dear friend of my brother. We are satisfied by your king hospitality." Bharata pointed across the Ganges. "I heard Rama went that way. O king, toward Bharadwaja's hermitage. By which route should we proceed in order to find him? O king, should we cross this river or go along its bank?" Guha was apprehensive. He looked down as he replied to Bharata, "Seeing your vast army, my mind was filled with fear. I trust that you wish no harm to Rama. If that is the case, then my ferryman can take you across the river and show you the way." Bharata reassured Guha, "May the time never come when any weakness towards Rama enters my mind, my heart. Do not have any doubts about me. O Guha, I am here to bring back Rama to Ayodhya. My glorious brother is as good as my father, and I long to see him. I long to see him again. Pray point out his whereabouts to me, and I shall go and press his feet to my head." Tears sprang to Guha's eyes as he replied, "There can be none equal to you on this globe. O Zeval among men, who else could renounce the rulership of the world? Surely your fame will be everlasting. Rest now for the night, and tomorrow I shall make all arrangements." Guha took his leave from Bharata and the prince laid down to sleep. Thinking of Rama, he was seized with sorrow. Perhaps he would not be able to find him. Many months had passed since Rama had left. Who knows where he might be now? Bharata was unable to sleep. He was oppressed with an agony which weighed upon him like a heap of rocks. Heaving sighs, Bharata tossed around, immersed in thoughts of Rama. Gradually, the dawn approached, and as the sun rose, Guha returned. The forest king spoke again to Bharata. He described how Rama had spent a night there and then, after matting his hair, had left for the deep forest with Lakshmana and Sita. Guha indicated the way they had gone. Hearing how Rama had matured his hair, Bharata became apprehensive. Surely Rama would now return. His resolve to remain as an ascetic for 14 years must be failed. Seized with such thoughts, Bharata all of a sudden fell to the ground, saddened at heart. Shatrughna raised his brother, who sat shedding tears. Kausalya and Sumitra quickly approached him and spoke comforting words. Bharata recovered his composure and said to Guha, "Tell me everything about Rama. What foods did he eat? Where did he sleep? What did he say?" Guha told Bharata how he had offered Rama many excellent cooked foods, but Rama had refused them, saying, "It is never the duty of rulers to accept charity. Indeed, we should always give charity to others." Guha explained how Rama had drunk only water and then had slept up on a bed of grass laid out by Lakshmi. Bharata asked to be shown the place where Rama slept, and Guha took him to the foot of the tree where the bed still lay. Seeing it, Bharata loudly exclaimed, "Alas, how could it be that one such as Rama should lay down on a bed of grass?" He was ever accustomed to sleep at the top of high palaces in rooms with golden floors spread with the finest rugs. Having always been awoken by the sweet strains of music and song, how is he now roused by the roar of wild beasts? Bharata lamented at length as the reality of Rama's exile and ascetic life struck him. The injustice was insufferable to Bharata, and it was made even more excruciating by the thought that he was the cause. His voice was filled with pain. "This is truly incredible. It cannot be real. Surely I am dreaming. See here the strands of coal left by Sita, where she lay on these grasses, her delicate limbs pressed to the hard ground. I am ruined indeed, for it is on my account that all this was happened." Images of Rama and Sita dressed in forest attire, emaciated due to eating only fruits and roots, filled Bharata's mind. Beating his head, he cried out, "From this day I shall wear matted locks and tree bark. I shall lay upon the bare earth to sleep, and shall eat only simple forest fare." Bharata became even more determined to find Rama and bring him back to Ayodhya, staying himself in the forest in Rama's place. After spending another night sleeping on the spot where had lain, Bharata had the army prepared to leave. Guha brought 500 large boats equipped with oarsmen and sails. He offered his own personal boat to Bharata and his relatives. Some boats were filled with women, some with horses, and others with chariots. As the boats plied across the river, the elephants swam with the flags on their backs waving in the breeze. Many of the soldiers also swam when their equipment was carried in the boats. Late in the afternoon, the whole party assembled again on the other side of the river, ordering them to camp at that spot. Bharata went with Vasishtha and other Brahmins to look for Bharadwaja's hermitage. Out of deference to the great sage Bharadwaja, whose only wealth was asceticism, Bharata approached him wearing only simple cloth, leaving his armor and weapons behind. With Vasishtha at their head, the prince and his counselors went on foot and soon arrived at the sage's hermitage. As soon as he saw them at his door, the sage hurriedly rose and had his disciples fetch water to wash their feet. He embraced Vasishtha and offered blessings to Bharata, who had fallen prostrate at his feet. Bharadwaja gazed at Bharata, whom he recognized as Rama's brother. The sage knew by his own mystic vision that Dasharatha was dead. After inquiring about the situation in Ayodhya, the sage asked Bharata, "What brings you all this way?" Leaving aside the onerous business of managing the state because of your mother's words, you are ruling the world as its undisputed monarch. I trust that you have not come here with some dark intention toward the sinless and perfect Rama. The sage's words cut into Bharata. Tears flowed from his eyes as he replied in a hurt voice, "If even you impute such motives to me, then I am truly ruined. I never approved my mother's aims. I cannot even imagine doing harm to Rama, nor will I ever accept the kingdom." Feeling that no one would believe his innocence, Bharata felt despair. He folded his hands and spoke imploringly, "The powerful Rama is a true ruler of this earth. I have come here to bring him back to Ayodhya. Falling at his feet, I shall make him return and then remain here in this place. who all knowing says, please be gracious to me and show me where Rama is staying. Bharata's sincerity was obvious. The all-knowing Bharadwaja smiled. He placed his hand upon Bharata's head, who sat before him weeping and said, I surely knew of your intention and spoke only to heighten your resolve and indeed your fame. You are a worthy member of your royal line, O Prince, and are always dedicated to the service of your elders. Your devotion to Rama is beyond doubt. The sage assured Bharata that he would point out Rama's whereabouts. He asked the prince to stay the night at his hermitage and leave the following morning. Bharata agreed, and the sage then offered to feed the entire army. Astonished, Bharata said, we have already received sufficient hospitality from you, kind sir. As a forest dweller, you need only offer simple fruits, and this you have done. My army is vast and occupies a huge area of land. If I brought them here, they would all but break this holy site. Bharadwaj laughed and replied, have your army brought here forthright? You should not doubt my ability to receive them, nor will there be any trouble at all. Commanded by the sage, Bharata assented, sending back one of his men. He had the army approach the hermitage. As they moved slowly through the forest, Bharadwaja sat in meditation. By uttering Vedic mantras, he invoked the presence of the principal gods. He then requested them to provide hospitality for the divine prince and his army. Seated in trance, the sage said within himself that the sacred rivers bear to this region all kinds of celestial beverages. Let the moon god bring every sort of excellent food. May the heavenly architect Vishwakarma create a suitable site for receiving the army. May Indra send all his apsaras along with the Gandharva clans to entertain his troops. As Bharat was invoked various divine beings with perfectly pronounced Sanskrit hymns, they all appeared before him. A cool and delightfully fragrant breeze began to blow. Thick showers of flowers fell from the heavens, and the sound of celestial music was heard. As the Gandharvas sang and played upon Venus, hosts of Apsaras danced. All of Bharata's entourage, who had assembled at the hermitage, felt their hearts moved by the exquisite sights and sounds seen and heard everywhere. Before everyone's eyes, the entire area around the hermitage changed wonderfully. For a radius of 40 miles, the ground became even carpeted with soft blue grass. Numerous types of fruit trees sprang up, full of ripe fruit, mangoes, guavas, peaches, melons, and innumerable other soft and hard fruits were seen. Alongside streams of crystal clear water stood large white mansions furnished with seats and couches. A great palace appeared that looked like a white cloud and had a large arched doorway. Delicious food and drink were laid out in these spacious buildings. With Bharadwaja's permission, Bharata entered the palace, which was adorned with countless flower garlands and sprinkled with scents. Seeing a golden throne, Bharata simply walked around it and sat on the seat next to it, surrounded by his chief ministers. Streams of sweetened milk and cream flowed past the palace. By Bharadwaja's mystic power, many trees in the habitats came to life and began playing upon different musical instruments. Some of them assumed the form of dwarfs and began to move about in haste, serving Bharata and his army. All around there appeared thousands of golden vessels containing food of every description. Heaps of steaming white rice were seen, along with tanks filled with milk, drinks, and yogurt. Pots of honey and large jars filled with intoxicating drinks stood next to platters containing delicious sweetmeats. Beautiful young maidens attended upon the soldiers, washing them and massaging their feet and bodies with fragrant oils. These celestial damsels, all adorned in pure silk garments, served the men food on golden plates. Being maddened with pleasure, the troops flocked loudly and ran about in all directions. They praised Bharata and Rama again and again as they partook of every kind of enjoyable thing. Although they ate and drank huge amounts, they found that they were still not sated. Their senses and minds became more and more enlivened, and they felt renewed and refreshed. Even the army's animals were carefully tended and given all kinds of food and drink by the celestial beings invoked by Bharadwaja. As the night ended, the troops saw before them numerous items of toiletry, pots of hot water along with soaps, and unguents in silver and wooden cases appeared. Combs, brushes, towels, and shining mirrors were in abundance, as well as fresh clothes, shoes, and all kinds of ornaments. As the men bathed and put on their clothes and armor, the gods and apsaras left the hermitage and returned to the heavens. The army was astonished by the night's events, which seemed like a dream. They looked around at the hermitage, which had returned to its normal appearance. Everything had disappeared except for the celestial garlands strewn about, which, although crushed, were as fresh then as they had been at the beginning of the night. As the sun rose, Bharata went to Bharadwaja after the sage's morning prayers. The prince bowed before him and asked his permission to leave. Bharadwaja blessed him and said, I trust you and your followers spent an enjoyable night. Please tell me if there is anything else I can do for you. Bharata thanked him for his hospitality and asked to be shown the way toward Rama's hut in the woods. The sage smiled and said, there is a mountain some 20 miles from here named Chitrakuta, full of lovely caves and groves. On the northern side of that mountain, shaded by blossoming trees, flows the Mandakini River. There by that river you will find your two brothers. As the sage spoke, Kausalya and Sumitra got down from the chariot and clasped his feet. They thanked him profusely as they anticipated seeing Rama. Kaikeyi also came to the sage and shamefully bowed before him, feeling guilty at heart. Looking at her with compassion, the sage asked Bharata, please tell me who are these noble ladies. Bharata indicated Kausalya, saying, this godly lady is the mother of the lion like Rama, afflicted with grief. She is emaciated with fasting. Clinging to her arm is the celebrated Sumitra, the mother of Lakshmana and Shatrughna, those two great heroes. Becoming angry, hissing like a cobra as he spoke, Bharata indicated Kaikeyi. There one here is my own mother, the wicked and vulgar Kaikeyi. It was by her intrusions that the great emperor Dasharatha died from anguish, and the mighty Rama now resides in a lonely mountain reach. Bharadwaja, who knew the plans of the gods and the divine arrangements of the Supreme Lord, said to Bharata, you should not censure your mother, O great prince. Do not think her guilty. For Rama's banishment will result in good to the entire universe. Indeed, it will bring happiness to the gods, demons, and rishis along with the whole of the creation. Bharata blushed deeply. He had been piercing his mother with angry looks, and he felt rebuked by the sage. Unable to immediately subdue his anger, he averted his gaze and tried to assimilate Bharadwaja's instructions. He stood up and walked respectfully around the scene. Receiving his permission to leave, Bharata ordered the army to depart and mounted upon his chariot. Guha accompanied the two princes as a huge mass of men moved off towards they made a great noise, terrifying the deer and birds dwelling there. Slowly approaching the Chitrakuta mountain, they all thought only of Rama, longing to see him again. Next, chapter 5. Rama remains firm. 3 months had passed since Rama had settled on the Chitrakuta mountain. Living peacefully in their thatched cottage, Rama, along with Lakshmana and Sita, was happy. From their hut, they could see the top of the mountain, some of which was yellow, some red as madder, some glittering silver, and some blue green like a shining emerald. Thousands of other subtle hues shone on the side of the great mountain, and it teemed with deer of every description and hosts of harmless tigers, leopards, and bears. Trees laden with flowers and fruits were crowded with varieties of colorful and sweetly singing birds. Clear rivulets flowed from countless springs, and waterfalls sparkled in the sunshine. Rama felt gladdened at heart to see all this, and sitting at ease on the perch of his hut, he spoke with Sita. Look at the Kinnaras as the spot on these delightful slopes. Having descended from their own planets, see also the Vidyadharas and Gandharvas out courting their women folk after hanging their swords and other weapons from the boughs of trees. This place is finer even than heaven. Surely we will easily spend 14 summers here as if they were a month. Sita smiled. She left joyful to be living there with Rama. Despite its simplicity, she liked forest life, preferring it even to her life of luxury in the city. She looked down at the Mandakini river where lines of ascetics clad only in loin cloths stood in the water with their arms upraised as they worshipped the sun. A cool breeze carried the aroma of tree blossoms which cascaded on all sides of the mountain. On the sandy bank of the river, heavenly siddhas were appearing and disappearing, moving about in light. Further down the river, she saw a group of elephants standing amid the red and white lotuses as they drank the clear water. Rama continued, let us take our midday bath in the river. O princess, with you by my side, I do not miss any of my relatives or even Ayodhya itself. Your beauty puts to shame the so-called beauty of these heavenly damsels, and it gives me newer and newer pleasure. Rama looked at his brother, who stood at a distance holding his bow. The godly Lakshman stands over there, equipped with weapons and ready to carry out my every command. Living on the delicious forest where he gathers, we reside here most happily. Dear Sita, what more could I desire even if I lived in Ayodhya? Rama and Sita descended to the river and found a secluded spot to take their bath. After bathing and sporting for some time in the cool waters, they came out and sat in the sun on a large flat rocks. As Rama conversed with Sita, he noticed in the distance of a cloud of dust rising to the sky. Looking around, he saw frightened animals running in all directions and heard a terrific noise which became progressively louder. Rama called out to his brother Lakshman, what do you think is causing the disturbance? As sound like a terrible crash of thunder is coming from the north. Is some king or prince out hunting in the forest, followed by his army? Or is it some vast herds of beasts on the move? Please go and see. Lakshman immediately climbed a tall tree and looked all around, fixing his gaze on the north. He saw in the distance a large army crowded with elephants, horses, and chariots, and joined with a mass of marching foot soldiers. He shouted to Rama and informed him, let Sita quickly find a cave. Lakshman advised Rama, extinguish the fire so that the smoke will not be seen. We two shall stand here and clothed in mail and holding upraised weapons for a powerful army approaches. Rama, who was not at all fearful, replied to Lakshman, look carefully at the ensigns. Try to determine whose army you think it might be. Lakshman stared at the head of the army and saw a tall ensign waving in the breeze. Bearing the emblem of a Govitara tree, the prince became infuriated and looked at the army as if he might consume it with his gaze alone. Clearly, this is Bharata's army, he exclaimed. I see there the mark of the Govitara. Evidently, he has secured the throne of Ayodhya and now decides to attain undisputed sovereignty by killing us both. Even now, I see swift horses going ahead to seek us out. Lakshman said with anger, it is fortunate indeed that I shall now see Bharata's face, for whose sake you are enduring this forest life deprived of your sovereign rights. Surely he has come here as an enemy and as such deserves to be killed outright. I see no sin in this action. O Rama, for Bharata has sorely wronged you. Lakshman descended from the tree and picked up his weapons. He held his sword aloft. Today, Kaikeyi, who is so desirous of the kingdom, will be seized with sorrow when she sees her son slain by me. I shall then kill her also. Let the earth drink the blood of all his warriors. Beasts of prey will drag over the corpses of elephants and horses, as well as of thousands of men pierced by my arrows. Killing Bharata along with his army, I will repay my debt to my weapons. Rama replied gravely to the enlarged Lakshman, these sentiments do not befit you, my dear brother. The mighty Bharata has come here longing to see us, and you wish to greet him with weapons. I have given my word of honor to remain in the forest. How then can I forcefully take the kingdom from Bharata, thereby gaining a sovereignty stained with infamy? Feeling admonished by his brother, Lakshman looked down and shifted his sword. Rama continued, I will never accept a royal fortune won at the cost of the death of my kinsman. Indeed, I would only accept the kingdom for the pleasure and protection of my relatives. For I have no personal desire for sovereignty. If any joy should come to me that is not enjoyed by yourself, Bharata or Shatrugna then let it be reduced to ashes. Rama knew Bharata's heart. Bharata was no less devoted to him than Lakshman. He could understand why his brother had come to see him. He has longed to see Bharata, comforting Lakshman. Rama said, when Bharata heard of my exile, I am sure he would have felt his heart overwhelmed with affection and his mind distracted by grief. After censuring Kaikeyi with harsh words, he no doubt left Ayodhya intent on bringing me back. Of this I feel certain. Lakshman felt ashamed to have spoken angrily about Bharata. He remembered the close and loving relationships the four brothers had enjoyed in childhood. Rama was right. Bharata could not possibly have come in a martial spirit. Lakshman blushed as Rama continued. I cannot imagine Bharata harming us even in his mind. Rama said gently, he somehow previously offended you, dear brother, so that you wax so wrathful toward him now. If you are set upon the slaughter of Bharata, then I shall order him to hand over the kingdom to you in his very day. Certainly he will remain here in your place, clad in three barks, while you rule over this broad earth. Lakshman shrank with shame. It had been wrong of him to think so badly of Bharata. There was never a time when any malice or envy had been seen in the prince. Lakshman tried to make amends for his previous outburst. Lakshman shrank with me shame. It must be as you say, dear Rama. I think the mighty armed emperor himself was personally come here accompanied by Bharata. Our father will doubtlessly try to persuade us to return, handing you the sovereignty refused by Bharata. Indeed, I saw father's gigantic elephant Shatrugna rocking about at the head of the army as it marched. From their vantage point on the mountainside, Rama could see the army coming into view. Spotting the king's elephant, he felt a sudden apprehension. Why was there no white umbrella held over its back? Shatrugna would not have come out without the king. Unless that is, there was no king, Rama was fearful. Along with Lakshman and Sita, he waited near his hut for Bharata's arrival. When they reached the mountain, Bharata detailed a number of expert trackers going to go in search of Rama's hermitage. He himself went ahead on horseback and began searching on foot. When he reached the dense forest on the mountainside, accompanied by Vasishtha and other Brahmins, Bharata pressed ahead into the forest, anxious to see his brother. He said to Vasishtha, blessed is this mountain ridge, who says where Rama and Sita now grow. How fortunate is Lakshman, who always beholds the moon-like face of Rama. I long to hold Rama's feet on my head. There will be no peace for me until I see him duly consecrated and seated upon Ayodhya's throne. Bharata climbed a tall tree and gazed all around. Upon seeing a column of smoke, he surmised it to be coming from Rama's hermitage. Rejoicing that he descended quickly and went in that direction, confident that they were now close to Rama. He sent Vasishtha back to bring the queens. Then, along with Shatrugna and Ruha, he went as quickly as possible up the mountains too. As they arrived at a plateau, they suddenly burst into a clearing and saw there on a leveled piece of ground Rama's hut. Rama and Lakshman were sitting in front of the leafy cottage. Bharata saw the sacrificial fire placed on an altar surrounded by blades of kusha grass. Hanging on the sides of the hut were two long bows plated with gold and shining like rainbows. Large quivers filled with fearful looking arrows stood by the bows, along with the two great shields adorned with gold and engravings. A couple of swords hung by the bows, sheathed in silver and gold. And Bharata saw Rama dressed as an ascetic, his hair matted. He let out a cry and fell prostrate. Rising up again, he gazed with all tear-filled eyes at his beloved brother, who appeared like Brahma, seated in his celestial assembly hall. Rama turned and smiled at Bharata, who, along with Shatrugna, was rushing toward him. Stumbling even as he ran over level ground, Bharata swiftly approached Rama and fell before him. In a choked voice, he began to lament. Alas, here is my elder brother who deserves to sit in a royal assembly, seated now in the company of dear. Dear Bharata cried, "What a cruel destiny! Here is that exalted soul who should wear garments worth many thousands, wearing the barks of trees. All this is on my account, woe to me, condemned by all the world." Socks stiffens Bharata's voice as he lay near Rama, his hands touched toward his brother's feet. His face was covered with perspiration, and he called out, "Oh, my brother, my noble brother." Shatrughna also shed tears and bowed before Rama. Rama and Lakshmana quickly got up and closely embraced both of their brothers. The four princes coming together appeared as if the sun and moon had conjoined with Venus and Jupiter in the heavens. Rama asked Bharata what had brought him away from Ayodhya. Surprised to see him with matted locks and wearing a deerskin, Rama said, "Why have you come here without our father, dearest brother? I hope all is well in Ayodhya. As long as father lives, you should surely wait upon him with great attention. Still, I am glad to see you here, although you appear pale and emaciated. Why the aesthetic trust, noble Bharata? I think your love for me must be very deep." Rama gently stroked Bharata's head. Looking up, he saw Guha standing at a distance with folded palms, and he smiled at him. Rama was fully absorbed in loving exchanges with his friends and relatives. Feeling pain and concern to see Bharata's condition, he continued to speak. "I hope you have not lost the kingdom due to immaturity and inexperience. Surely you know all the facets of diplomacy and kingly sales or signs of our full prince." By way of loving instruction, Rama asked after many aspects of the kingdom. He inquired if the people were properly protected, the animals cared for, the army well maintained, and the Brahmins given sufficient charity. Bharata listened respectfully as his elder brother spoke. "I see here all my mothers," and said Rama. "Indeed, it seems that the entire kingdom of Kosala has accompanied you, dear Bharata. This gives rise to grave doubts in my mind. Please tell me why you have all arrived here today, for you have aroused my curiosity." Bharata knelt before Rama, clasping his feet. "Dear Rama, the act perpetrated by my mother was wicked and never approved by me. Casting you into the forest and afflicting the whole of Ayodhya with unbearable pain. She hoped to see me installed as the king. This will never happen. Please return now with us, O Raghava, and take your rightful position as ruler of this world. Be kind to me and to all those people who tiger among men." Rama felt compassion for Bharata. He questioned him again. "What need is there for your adopting this mode of ascetic life, dear Bharata? The order of our father is that you become the king. I too stand enjoined by our father to remain here in the forest. Our pious father's order is supreme. Therefore, without censuring your mother Kaikeyi, all should you should enjoy the kingdom. For myself, I'm happier staying here in obedience to our father than I would be and attaining to the imperishable abode of Brahma." Bharata's head sank. He knew his elder brother's mind. It would be impossible to convince Rama to transgress an order given by his elders. Still, he felt impelled to try. He could not possibly take the throne in place of Rama. With a heavy heart, Bharata informed Rama of what had happened in Ayodhya. "While I was away in the Kaikaya kingdom and you had already gone to the forest, our glorious father ascended to heaven. Thinking only of you and lost in grief at your separation, the king left his mortal body. Now, by the time honored you as elders and should inherit the kingdom, there cannot be any doubt on this point." As he heard for the first time the news of his father's death, Rama felt as if his heart had been pierced. Raising his arms and crying out, he sank to the ground like a tree filled with blossoms cut as it at its root. He lay motionless with the color drained from his face. Bharata quickly sprinkled him with cool water. Rama sat up and held his head, wailing piteously. "With my father dead and gone, what shall I do in Ayodhya? Alas, I am surely a wretched and useless son. My father died because of me, nor was I even able to cremate him. Even when the 14 years expires, I shall not have the courage to return to the city, seeing it desolate and barefoot of its protector. Who will now speak those kind and loving words my father spoke when he saw me well behaved?" Rama went over to Sita and Lakshman, who were seated nearby. "Dear Sita, your father-in-law is over. Lakshman, you are now fatherless. Our brother brings the sorrowful news of the king's ascent to heaven. This wall now stands without a ruler. Sita's eyes filled with tears and she was unable to look at her husband. Rama and Lakshman wept along with Sita as Bharata and Shatrugna comforted them. Rama controlled his feelings and said, I must now perform the last sacred rites for the king. Let us go to the river. The four princes and Sita, trembling due to their grief, descended with difficulty to the river bank. They were assisted by Sumantra and other ministers of the king, who stood watching as Rama entered the water along with his brother and Sita. Rama faced the southern water over which Yamraj resides and held water in his covered palms. He let the water trickle through his fingers and said in a choked voice, May the sacred water reach you, O great tiger among kings. Let this offering serve you, dear father, who have gone forever to the world of our forefathers. Rama offered prayers for his father and then returned to his hermitage to prepare an offering of food for the departed king. After the offering was made, Rama and his brothers clasped each other's hands and began to wail loudly. The sound was like the roaring of lions, and it reverberated all around the mountain passes. Hearing that confused noise, the soldiers in Bharata's army were alarmed and they said to one another, Surely Bharata and Shatrughna have met Rama and Lakshmana. This sound must be the loud cry of those four brothers mourning for their deceased father. The soldiers got up quickly and began running towards the sound, crashing through the underground of foot, horseback, and their chariots. Everyone in Bharata's entourage rushed towards Rama's hermitage, eager to see him again. The noise of all these thousands of people moving through the forest was tumultuous. Deer, buffaloes, boars, lions, and elephants ran in all directions. Terrified by the great commotion, birds of every kind cried loudly and fell up into the air. Dasratha's without wings got down from their chariot and went on foot into the woods, accompanied by Vasistha. Walking with difficulty along the narrow forest paths, they finally arrived at the spot where Rama was standing with his brothers. Rama saw them as they entered the clearing and he ran quickly toward them. He bowed down to Vasistha and each of the three queens touching their feet. After Lakshman and Sita had also offered their respects, Rama sat down with Vasistha on the wooden seats in front of his hut. The queens wept aloud upon seeing the aesthetic dress of Rama and Sita. Kausalya went to Rama and tenderly wiped the dust from his face. Turning to Sita, she said, How are you surviving in this lonely forest, dear Sita? Your face appears pale and withered. Alas, my grief upon seeing you here blazes up like a fire fed with abundant fuel. Rama consoled Kausalya while Lakshman spoke with Sumitra, who was also deeply pained. Bharata then came and sat at Rama's feet with his palms folded. He said, Kaikeyi is now satisfied and the kingdom has been offered to me. If this kingdom is mine, then I hereby give it to you, O Rama. Please take it without any hesitation.
Hmm. I did something. That's running away from me. Hmm. Hmm. Understanding. Here. Dashrata's widowed queen got down from the chariot and went on foot into the woods, accompanied by Vasishta. Walking with difficulty along the narrow forest path, they finally arrived at the spot where Rama was standing with his brothers. Rama saw them as they entered the clearing, and he ran quickly toward them. He bowed down to Vasishta and each of the three queens, touching their feet. After Lakshman and Sita had also offered their respects, Rama sat down with Vashishta on the wooden seats in front of his hut. The queens wept aloud upon seeing the ascetic dress of Rama and Sita. Kaushalya went to Rama and tenderly wiped the dust from his face. Turning to Sita, she said, "How are you surviving in this lonely forest, dear Sita? Your face appears pale and withered. Alas, my grief upon seeing you here blazes up like a fire fed with abundant fuel." Rama consoled Kaushalya, while Lakshman spoke with Sumitra, who was also deeply pained. Bharata then came and sat at Rama's feet. With his palms folded, he said, "Kaikeyi is now satisfied with the kingdom has been offered to me, and the kingdom has been offered to me. If this kingdom is mine, then I hereby give it to you, O Rama. Please take it without any hesitation." As Bharata said before Rama and Lakshman, the three brothers shone like three sacrificial fires. Bharata felt Rama's feet. Bharata held Rama's feet as he spoke. The power of to rule this world rests only with you, O Rama. I can no more emulate that power of yours than a donkey can emulate a gait of a horse, or a sparrow the flight of Garuda. Indeed, I am dependent upon you. Let the world behold you shining with splendor on Ayodhya's throne. We shall take you there in state this very day. All the people gathered there called out, "Well said." Upon hearing Bharata speak, with tears streaming from his eyes, Bharata was sat looking up at Rama. He hoped desperately that Rama might somehow be persuaded. He could not imagine going back to Ayodhya without him. Seeing his brother and other relatives weeping, Rama felt compassion. Keeping his own grief in check, he replied, "No man is free to act as he pleases. In this world, the embodied soul is dragged here and there by all the powerful force of providence. No one can control that force. All gains will end in loss. Every meeting ends in separation, and all life has its end and in death. As there is no fear for a ripe fruit other than a fall, so there is no fear for any man other than death." Everyone listened attentively as Rama spoke, their feelings of sorrow relieved by his instructions. The passing of days and nights quickly the lifespan of all beings, even as the summer sun sucks up the water in the lake. Rama went on, you should grieve only for yourself. Why do you grieve for another? Death is our constant companion. He walks with us, sits with us, and having gone a long distance with us, when we travel, he duly returns with us. Rama still has no desire to return to Ayodhya. He wanted to encourage Bharata and give him strength. Stroking his brother's head, he continued to instruct him. Beloved brother, the power to prevent one's own death does not exist in a person grieving for another. Our father departed after a long life of piety, and we should by no means grieve. We ourselves have embarked on the very same path trodden by the emperor, and will join him in due course. Let us therefore throw off grief and dedicate ourselves to the pursuit of piety, by which we too shall attain the blessed regions reached by the king. Rama looked around his hermitage. Thousands of people were crowding on the mountainside, all looking towards him. There was complete silence as Rama spoke. Even the animals seemed silent. Only the sound of the river and the rustling of the leaves in the breeze could be heard. Dapple shadows moved over the ground in the late afternoon sun. With a mild smile, Rama continued to address Bharata within the hearing of everyone else. Father has shed his old, worn-out body, and with the ethereal and decaying form, he now sports in great happiness. Rather than grieve for him, we should now carefully do his bidding. For your part, you should rule over the earth, dear Bharata, while I, for mine, should remain in the forest until 14 years have expired. This will ensure our welfare in both this world and the next. Under no circumstances should we disobey our virtuous father. Rama spoke for more than an hour, and Bharata felt joy to hear his brother's words of instruction. But he was also dispirited to see Brahma's determination to stay in the forest. When Rama stopped speaking, Bharata grasped his feet and replied, your position is glorious, O mighty brother. You are never dejected at adversity, nor exhilarated at finding joy. You're always you're always able to distinguish truth from untruth. Therefore, you know what is real and what is only temporary, and thus and ultimately unreal. It is certainly the soul that and not the body that one should nurture in this world. Bharata realized that Rama was only acting with philosophical understanding. He knew that Rama could not possibly act outside the codes of religion or morality. Nonetheless, Bharata was himself still doubtful about the justice of Rama's exile. He spoke to Rama in order to clear his doubts. Were it not for moral codes, I would have surely slain my sinful mother. How did the king allow himself to fall under her sway? Due to infatuation or foolishness, our father acted wrongly. Ask his sons, is it not our duty to correct his mistakes? Surely this is the proper religious path for an honest and worthy son. Bharata turned and indicated the people gathered around. All these people need your protection. This is the duty of rulers according to scripture. Nowhere in this duty of a ruler stated as being life in the forest. March back to Ayodhya at the head of this vast army. Let your friends feel joy today and your enemies run frightened in all directions. O Rama, if you resolve to stay here, then you shall find me by your side. I can by no means find in myself the strength to rule in your absence. Bharata sat with his head bowed. Everyone was enthralled by the conversation between the two royal brothers, and they became simultaneously joyful to witness his firm resolve and disconsolate to realize he would not be returning to Ayodhya. Rama replied to Bharata in a solemn voice, all his life our father followed the path of piety. This is widely known, and piety would not have been impossible for that truthful man. When our father accepted Kaikeyi's hand, he promised her father as a bride price that her son would inherit the kingdom. Furthermore, sworn under solemn oath by Kayeki, the king promised you the kingdom and ordered me to go to the forest. Whatever the reasons, this was the king's promise. If that promise is broken, our father will be liable for sinful reactions. Our duty as his son is to fulfill his promise and thereby save him. No other curse is possible for us. Rama paused for a moment. He got down from his seat and lifted up Bharata and Shatrughna. You two should return to Ayodhya and protect the people. O Bharata, get yourself consecrated as king and rule the earth. I shall become the emperor of wild beasts. The white umbrella should be held over your head as you ride on the royal elephant, while for me, my part, I shall go on foot, shielded by the canopy of trees. Leave with joy for the city, my brothers, and I with Lakshman will joyfully enter the woods. In this way we shall preserve our father's piety. Bharata said nothing. He felt reassured by Rama's reply, but was profoundly sorrowful at the prospect of leaving him. At that moment, a Brahmin named Jabali spoke, trying to convince Rama to return on the basis of atheistic doctrines. Why are you attracted to your father, Rama? He was nothing more than flesh and bones and has now merged again with the earth. People who consider that others are in some way related to them are simply mad. Alone we come to this world, and alone we shall leave. As such, we should only work toward our own interests. You need not suffer now for the interest of your deceased father. Take the throne and enjoy it, O Rama, for this will be in your own best interest. Jabali did not himself believe the philosophy he was espousing. He was only trying somehow to change Rama's mind. Perhaps Rama would accept the arguments as a pretext for going back to Ayodhya. Most likely, though, he would defeat Jabal's position and thereby establish the path of religion. Either way, Jabali would be satisfied, and he continued to speak his atheistic philosophy. I lament for those who forsake sense pleasures for the austerities of religious life, said Jabali, rising to his feet. Hoping for future happiness, they meet only with extermination of deaths. Having led a life of suffering, the scriptures have been written by intelligent Brahmins who wish to exalt sacrifice and charity. In this way, these Brahmins have assured their own livelihood. Jabali smiled as he spoke his false philosophy. No one in the assembly accepted his words, but they too hoped that Rama would yet be convinced to leave in the forest. Everyone listened in silence as Jabali concluded his speech. Knowing this truth, O Rama, you should renounce your foolish asceticism. There is nothing beyond this visible universe. Do not depend for your happiness on anything outside of what which you can see and immediately experience. Therefore, O great prince, accept the kingdom and enjoy it as the undisputed ruler. Rama sat down again as Jabali stopped speaking. Looking at the Brahmin, he said, "A man is known by his conduct alone. Although posing as a learned and cultured person, one who acts as you direct is to be accepted as sinful and debased. Those who are wise never praise a person who acts only to please his senses. Such a person is mean, selfish, and greedy, driven only by lust for pleasure. His immediate happiness soon turns to distress, and he sinks into hellish condition." Rama appeared angry as he refuted Jabali. His eyes were red and he spoke gravely. "If I were to follow the path espoused by you, O atheistic one, then this entire earth would be cast into ruin. All men follow the king's example. Abandoning the religious path, the people would become licentious and uncontrolled. Chaos would prevail and everyone would suffer." Jabali sat down before Rama with his palm joined and his head bowed. He said nothing as Rama explained how the attempt to find happiness through sense enjoyment was futile. Both the senses and their enjoyments are soon destroyed. Only the soul and God are eternal, along with the spiritual realms where the Lord resides. Those who are actually learned, therefore, will follow the path of truth, which leads to those ever-existing realms of bliss. Rama paused, and gradually his anger subsided. After some minutes, he spoke again. My father was wedded to truth. Following his instructions will lead only to happiness. I shall therefore remain in these woods, and Bharata should rule the earth. This will be our only assurance of happiness, both in this world and the next. O Jabali, you should not speak in this way again, for to mislead the people is a very great sin. Rama, having spoken to instruct all people, fell silent. He knew Jabal's heart and did not feel anger toward him, only toward his words. The people's pain was Rama's pain, and he knew that Jabali's presentation of hedonism led only to pain. Saying, "It is exactly as you say," Jabali prostrated himself before Rama and returned to his place among the other Brahmins. Vashishta stood up and spoke in the midst of the assembly. This Jabali knows well of the soul and its actual happiness. He spoke only out of his desire to see you installed as a king. This is also my desire, O Raghava. As the emperor's eldest son, it bestows you to now accept the throne. You need entertain no doubt in this regard. Vashishta recounted the history of Rama's line. Only by one he named the previous kings and explained how each had handed the kingdom to their eldest son. Finally, he said, "O Rama, this is my instructions to you. I am your preceptor, and as such, I am even more worthy to your obedience than your father. Indeed, I was also his preceptor. Therefore, I command you to accept the throne of Ayodhya." The sage had spoken only out of love. He was aware that Rama was enacting a divine plan by remaining in the forest, but still he longed for him to return. Rama looked with affection to Vashishta and replied, "The debt owed to one's parents cannot be easily repaid. O learned sage, they give everything they have for their children, feeding them, nurturing them, putting them to bed, and rubbing them with oil. The father and mother gave their love at every moment. My worthy father's word should not prove false due to my negligence, for I wish to render him some service in return for his love." It was obvious that Rama was not going to be convinced by anyone to leave the forest. Bharata suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Seated upon blades of kusha grass spread on the ground, I shall remain here in front of Rama's door. Without taking food or water, I will not move until Rama agrees to accept the throne." Quickly grabbing a bunch of grass from near Rama's hut, Bharata spread it out and sat down. Rama said in surprise, "Oh Bharata, why do you take such a vow? Your duty is to rule the kingdom, not sit upon the ground like a destitute Brahmin." Bharata turned toward the people and implored, "Why do you not plead with my brother to return?" A leader of the Brahmin community stepped forward. "It is clear that Rama will not be swayed from his determination to follow his father's command. What can we do? Our hearts are breaking with the thought of Rama's separation." Rama glanced lovingly at the Brahmin and then said to Bharata, "Get up, O tiger among men. Return to Ayodhya. Become the king and rule with justice. In 14 years you will see me returned." Bharata stood up and replied to Rama, "If our father's order must be followed, then allow me to stay here in your place." Rama gently admonished Bharata, telling him that it was not possible for one's promise to be fulfilled by another person. Rama had given his word, and it was he who had to keep that word. He promised that when he returned to Ayodhya, he would accept the throne, but he would not, under any condition, return before the 14 years had expired. The many eminent sages who were present had listened intently to the conversation between the two divine brothers. They were thrilled and astonished, thinking of the deep import of their discussion. Hosts of heavenly riches, along with the gods, stood invisible in the sky. The divine beings then spoke so that only Rama and his brothers could hear. Hearing this wondrous dialogue between Rama and Bharata, we long to hear it again and again, said one of the gods. O Bharata, please allow Rama to fulfill his promise to his father. By virtue of Rama's vow, Dasharatha has ascended to the highest heaven, freed of his debt to Kaikeyi. The gods were anxious for Ravana's death, which they saw as imminent. They showered celestial flowers on Rama and his brothers, and then returned to their heavenly abodes. Encouraged by hearing the demigods, Bharata was prepared to accept the responsibility of ruling Ayodhya. Falling at Rama's feet, he voiced his final doubts. My lord, how does the power to rule our vast kingdom exist in me? I'm young and inexperienced, nor am I possessed of any great ability. Surely the kingdom will meet with ruin under my incapable guidance. Rama raised his younger brother and placed him on his lap. Stroking his head, he said, your humility is your real qualification. By virtue of this wisdom, you can protect the entire earth. Always seek the counsel of learned Brahmins and rule with confidence, O jewel among men. Bharata then brought before Rama a pair of ornate wooden sandals embellished with gold. He put them on the ground and said, please place your feet in these sandals, dear Rama. Let these shoes be the rulers of the kingdom, and I shall remain as their servant. Rama immediately put on the sandals and then took them off again, handing them back to Bharata. Bharata placed the sandals on his head. For the coming 14 years, I shall live in a hut outside Ayodhya, he said, sighing. I shall survive on only fruit and roots, and my hair shall be matted. If at the end of this time I do not see you return, O Rama, then I shall enter blazing fire. So be it, replied Rama, and he embraced each of his brothers. He again told Bharata that Kaikeyi should not be condemned and that she should be treated with kindness. Rama paid his respect to all the people, they are according to their positions, speaking fond farewells to everyone. Kaushalya and the other queens stood in front of Rama and unable to say anything, their throats choked and their eyes flooded with tears. Rama bowed to each of them in turn. As the queens departed, Kaikeyi turned and spoke privately to Rama. She censored herself again and again, begging his forgiveness. The queen fell at Rama's feet. I'm entirely ignorant and have acted like a fool, she said tearfully. But now I understand that you are the eternal supreme person. Who would not be bewildered upon seeing your human pastimes? Oh Lord, please forgive me and destroy my attachments to family and wealth. Rama smiled at her with affection. It was I who, for the sake of the gods, prompted you to act as you did, he said. You are not to blame, nor am I angry with you. Hardly anyone knows my real nature. I am never affected by desire in the same way as ordinary men. I act simply to reciprocate the service and I love I'm given. Gentle lady, return to Ayodhya and live peacefully. Think of me day and night, and you will soon be freed from all your attachments to this temporary world. Keikei felt deeply relieved again and gladdened. With folded hands, she circumambulated Rama and again joined the other queens. Bharata had the golden sandals placed upon the royal elephant and shielded by the white umbrella. With the elephant at their head, the citizens of Ayodhya returned to their way they had come. As they entered Ayodhya, some days later, they saw that it became dark and desolate. The streets were unswept and rubbish was strewn all around. The doors and windows of empty houses swung open. The city had become overrun by cats and owls, and mice ran everywhere. No offerings were being made in the temples, and all the shops and pleasure houses were closed. The streets were deserted, and the city, which had always been full of life and joy, of countless people, was now silent and still. The city resembled a vast army which had been defeated in battle, its armor shattered, its ensigns torn down, and its heroes killed. Bharata made his way to Dasharatha's palace, dejected to see the state of his beloved Ayodhya. After entering the palace, which was like a mountain cave abandoned by its lion, Bharata went into assembly hall with the Vashishta and his other counselors. He placed Rama's sandals on the throne, then sat next to them and said, I shall not accept the throne of Ayodhya. These sandals should be consecrated as a king, and I shall be their servant only. Indeed, I shall live in a hermitage outside the city. When Rama returns, I shall again place the sandal on his feet, as he alone is the king. The Brahmins applauded Bharata. So be it, they exclaimed. Then they duly installed the sandals with a coronation ceremony. Bharata then moved with Shatragna into a small wooden hut, eating only forest fare and wearing ascetic dress. Each day he would submit the affairs of state before Rama's sandals. Only then would he carry out the necessary action. Any gifts he received he would also offer to Rama's sandals. In this way he ruled the kingdom. Chapter 6: The Forest Sages. After Bharata left, Rama continued to live in Chitrakuta mountain. As the months passed, Rama began to notice that the rishis living nearby were always fearful and anxious. He approached the leading ascetics and said, and bowing down humbly asked, O venerable ones, has something in my behavior given you the cause for concern? Have either my brother or I been acting in a way not worthy of our esteemed forefathers? Is Sita behaving in a way unbecoming to a young woman? Rama had noticed on several occasions that the Brahmins spoke together while glancing at him. He knew they were worried about something. Seated before them with folded palms, Rama listened carefully as the leaders replied. How could there be any fault in the behavior of you or your brother, O Rama? One rishi said. What unseemly conduct will ever be seen in the gentle and high-born Sita? You know well your true identity. The rishis glowed with ascetic power. They constantly chanted various names of God, fingering their wooden beads as they intoned the mantras. With a desire to remember service of Rama, they addressed him as if he were an ordinary man. There is a powerful Rakshasa called Khara living near here, the rishi continued. This demon is Ravana's younger brother, and he is brutal, haughty, and sinful. Angered by your presence, he has been afflicting us with more vehemence than usual. Rama frowned as he heard about Rakshasa. He could not tolerate any aggression toward Brahmins. The rishi went on. Khara and his hordes of Rakasas constantly impede our sacrifices. The demons show themselves in hideous, savage, and frightening forms. They throw flesh, bones, excrement, and urine down from the sky, defiling our sacrificial arenas. They make strange and terrible noises, and it is only a matter of time before they become violent toward us. We therefore desire to leave this place. Seeing sacrifice as their sacred duty, the ascetics wished to go to another forest where they would not be disturbed. As Brahmins, they would not themselves fight with Rakshasas, although they were capable of checking them by their mystic power. They also understood that Rama wanted to destroy the demons, especially their leader, Ravana. Rama tried to reassure the rishis, but they were determined to leave. Having stayed on Chitrakuta for some years, the renounced ascetics were also concerned that they may have become attached to their material situation. Normally, they moved continuously from forest to forest, staying only 1 or 2 years in each place. After speaking a little more with Rama, informing him of where Khara lived, the Brahmins rose up in a body. With only their water pots and staffs, they left the region. Rama followed them for some distance in order to see them off with respect. He then returned to his hermitage, considering in his mind how to deal with Rakshasas. When he reached his hut, Rama said to Lakshman, I think the time has come for us to leave Chitrakuta. The Brahmins have left, and I'm afraid that we will again be visited by the people who now know of our whereabouts. We should leave for some other more remote forest. Rama decided to make his way to the Dhaka forest, which was inhabited by the Rakshasas. He wanted to confront the demons. The two brothers donned their weapons, and with Sita walking between them, immediately left. After journeying for some days, they entered the Dandaka forest and came upon a cluster of hermitages. The rishis there greeted them with respect. Those ascetics were endowed with divine vision, and they were astonished to see Rama and his companions. The Lord of all the worlds was standing before them. Seeing Rama and Sita's simple forest dress, the sages felt wonder and awe. They worshipped Rama with various prayers and offered him a hut for the night. Welcome indeed is your arrival in these words, the Rishi said. The king is the protector of righteousness and the only refuge of the people. He stands with his scepter and meets and matters our justice as God's powerful representative. O Rama, we are your subjects and your servants. We are simple Brahmins who have renounced anger and controlled our senses. As such, we deserve your protection, even as a fetus is protected by its mother. Entertaining Rama with forest produce, the ascetics described how the Rakshasas had become increasingly violent. Under Ravana's leadership, the demons had become fearless and they attacked the Brahmins constantly. 14,000 powerful Rakshasas had taken up their residence in the Dandaka forest, headed by Ravana's two brothers, Khara and Dushana. The situation was becoming unbearable for the sages. Rama and Lakshman listened gravely. They resolved to deal with the Rakshasas as soon as possible. While they were conversing with the rishis, Sita met Anasura, the sage Atri's wife. Anasura gave Sita a celestial garland and ornaments, along with celestial cosmetics and unguents. Sita accepted the gift graciously and with her husband's permission adorned herself with them. After decorating herself with heavenly apparel, she shone brilliantly, exactly like Lakshmi, the eternal consort of Vishnu. After spending the night with the rishis, the princess left with Sita and they penetrated deep into Dandaka region. Lakshman moved ahead and cleared the path with his sword, cutting down the thick creepers and bushes. Sita, her head covered with her cloth to protect herself from the swarms of insects that flew about, walked on them in the middle. Rama brought up the rear, vigilantly watching on all sides and holding his bow at the ready. The cries of jackals and shrieks of vultures and birds of prey could be heard all around. Here and there they saw uprooted broken trees and the carcasses of slain beasts. As they broke through into a clearing, they suddenly saw a dreadful-looking Rakshasa, powerful built, and as tall as several men. He stood entirely blocking their way. With high pointed ears, fierce teeth protruding from his cavernous mouth, and blood-red eyes staring out from an ugly, misshapen face, the demon was terrible to behold. He held a long lance on which he had speared 4 lions, 3 tigers, a couple of wolves, and about 10 spotted deer. Around his blackish and hairy body were draped tiger skins, still dripping with blood and fat. He resembled the god of death, standing with his staff of justice. When he saw Rama and the others, he let out a terrific roar that could be heard for many miles. He rushed furiously towards them and quickly seized Sita. Taking the princess a little distance away, a Rakshasa spoke with Rama to Lakshman in voice resounding like claps of thunder. Who are you two looking like ascetics but carrying weapons? You shame the Brahmin class with a strange behavior. Why have you brought a woman into a dense forest? Sinful as you are, you shall meet death at my hands. This lady shall become my wife. Today I shall drink your blood on the battlefield. Sita trembled in the monster's clutches like a sapling trembling in the storm. Seeing her carried away by the Rakshasa, Rama said to Lakshman, it seems that Kaikeya's cherished desire will today be fulfilled. This hideous demon has taken hold of my sinless wife. There is nothing more painful for me than to see the princess of Vidaha touched by another. This is more painful even than the death of my father or the loss of the kingdom. Rama cried tears of sorrow as he spoke. Lakshman became infuriated with the demon, and he hissed like an angry cobra. Why are you, the Lord of all beings, with me and your servant grieving like an orphan? He asked. The earth will soon drink this beast's blood. The anger which I wrongly direct toward Bharata will today be released upon that foul demon. Watch now as my arrow pierces his breast, and he whirls around, falling lifeless to the ground. The Rakshasa, still awaiting a reply to his question, again boomed out, who are you, and where are you going? Rama moved closer to the demon and replied, we are 2 warriors of the royal order of Raghu who have come here in exile. Tell us who you are and why you roam this forest, O wicked one. So you are the kings from Ayodhya, the Rakshasa replied. Know me to be Viradha, a Rakshasa who wanders this forest eating the flesh of sages. You should run away the way you came. I will not kill you. I have been granted boons by Brahma and cannot be slain by any weapon. Auragava, leave quickly and abandon this princess to me. Assuming a human form, I shall sport with her as my wife. Rama grew furious. With bloodshot eyes, he spoke in a voice like Indra's. You pathetic fool, you are certainly seeking death. You will get it today on the battlefield. I shall not leave you with your life. Without uttering another word, Rama shot 7 golden feathered arrows at the demon. The arrows flew with the speed of Garuda and pierced right through Viratha, falling upon the earth, drenched with his blood. The Rakshasas roared in pain and released Sita. With his lance upraised, he rushed at Rama and Lakshman. The brothers immediately sent a shower of arrows at the demon. Even though pierced all over, Viradha remained standing. Laughing aloud, he yawned contemptuously. He then hurled his lance at Rama with the force of a tempest. Rama at once fired 2 arrows which cut the lance into 3 pieces as it coursed towards him. As it fell to the ground, the shattered lance resembled the rocky mountain ledge that had been struck by Indra's thunderbolt. Rama and Lakshman took out their swords, which resembled 2 black serpents preparing to attack. They rushed at the Rakshasa and began striking him with great force. Virata reached down and lifted both brothers, one on each arm. Placing them on his shoulders, he ran towards the woods. As Virata approached the dense forest, Sita cried out, "Alas, where goes my lord? O best of the Rakshasas, please take me also. How can I remain here alone?" Hearing Sita's plaintive wail, Rama raised his sword and hacked off Demon's right arm. Lakshman hopped off his left arm, and Virata fell upon the ground in a swoon. Although striking him with their swords and with kicks and punches, the brothers saw that the Rakshasa still did not die. Rama said to Lakshman, "It is clear that due to his boon, this demon cannot be killed by force. We should bury him in a pit, for this is the traditional way of disposing of Rakshasas. Quickly dig a large pit, O tiger, my man." Rama stood with his foot pressing down upon the Rakshasa's neck. Virata regained consciousness and said, "O Raghava, I am defeated by you. Your strength is not less than Indra's. I now know you to be the all-powerful Rama, and your wife, the highly fortunate Sita. I am the Gandharva named Tumburu. Due to not properly serving Kubera, the lord of wealth, I was cursed by him." The fallen Rakshasa explained how, as Tumburu, he had previously been Kubera's servant. One day, Tumburu had been sporting with the Apsasaras and had failed to properly attend upon his master. In anger, Kubera had cursed him to enter at the demon's fierce form. Tumburu had pleaded for mercy, and Kubera had replied, "When Rama, the son of Dasharatha, defeats you in a battle, you will attain your own form and return to heaven." Viratha spoke with difficulty. "By your grace, O Rama, I am freed from the terrible curse. I shall now go to my abode, O Lord. Then 10 miles from here lives a sage, Sarabhanga, who longs to see you. Go to his hermitage, for he will give you good advice." Viratha begged Rama to enter him in the pit so that he could die. Rama and Lakshman rolled the huge body of the Rakshasa into the hole Lakshman had dug. After covering him with earth and rocks, they comforted Sita and then continued their way, looking for Sarabhanga's hermitage. In the sky, the gods had witnessed the whole scene. Seeing Rama, whom they knew to be powerful Vishnu acting like a human, they were astonished. Nothing was beyond Rama's knowledge or power, yet he accepted the feelings and action of an ordinary man. Pondering upon the import of Rama's deeds, the gods received Tumburu back to them. Rama searched for Sarabhanga, absorbed in a mood of affection for the sage. As the brothers came near the ascetic hermitage, they saw in the sky a golden chariot. It shone like a midday sun, and it was drawn by 1,000 greenish horses. A brilliant white canopy resembled a large cloud, and decorated with magnificent garlands covered the chariot. Seated in the chariot was Indra, who was being fanned with white whisks by 2 beautiful young girls. In the sky, many other gods surrounded Indra. Rama and Lakshman saw numerous Gandharvas and Siddhas, all dressed in resplendent silk garments and gold ornaments. All these high-souled beings were worshipping Indra with Vedic hymns. Upon seeing this wondrous sight, Rama said to Lakshman, "O Lakshman, see here in this wonderful chariot full of grandeur. Those young men with broad chests and arms like iron clubs, wearing the red garments and gold earrings and surrounding him in the hundreds, appear as unassailable as tigers. Lakshman gazed up at the host of gods assembled in the sky. All of them appeared useful, and all had garlands as bright as fire on their chests. As the two princes looked on, the gods rose up into the sky and vanished. Amazed at the sight, Rama and Lakshman walked on and entered Sarabhanga's hermitage. Sarabhanga was seated before the sacrificial fire. Having practiced asceticism for many years, he was able to fix his mind upon the Supreme Person within his heart. He had realized that Rama was that same person. In meditation, the sage prayed that he might be able to see God in his human form. Accordingly, Rama approached the old ascetic and bowed low before him, touching his feet and saying, "I'm Rama, and this is my brother Lakshman, and my wife Sita. At Viratha's behest, we have sought your presence. Viratha has now risen to heaven with the gods. Pray tell us what we should do, O jewel among sages." Sarabhanga rose immediately, his eyes flooded with tears. He showed the three travelers a seat, offering them water and fruit. He said, "O Rama, there is no one more kind or merciful. After meditating for a very long time and reaching the end of my attachments to this world, I saw you in my heart. Now I see you here as the son of Dasharatha." After offering many prayers, the sage fell silent. He sat for some time gazing with love upon Rama's face. Silently, Rama asked, "Why did I see here the Lord of the gods, or sage?" The sage said that Indra had come to take him to the higher planets, which he had earned as a result of his asceticism. Sarabhanga explained that, desiring to remain on earth to see Rama, he had sent Indra away. "Now that I have seen you in transcendental form, I have no desire to go to heavenly worlds, O Raghava," Sarabhanga said. "Please take from me my ascetic merits. You will doubtlessly rise beyond even the highest heaven to attain Vishnu's immortal abode, O learned one." Rama replied, "But before leaving, pray tell me where I should go now." Sarabhanga directed Rama to the hermitage of another sage named Sutikshna. He then gazed at Rama and entered a deep meditation. From within himself, Sarabhanga invoked the fire element and immolated his mortal frame, which quickly turned to ashes. The sage appeared in a shining spiritual body, and offering his respects to Rama, rose up into the sky. Rama remained seated in Sarabhanga's hermitage, and many other rishis came there and begged him to dispose of the Rakshasas. They told him how the demons were killing thousands of Brahmins. Rama assured the rishis that he would annihilate the Rakshasas in due course. He then left and went toward Sutikshna's hermitage, following Sarabhanga's directions. Upon seeing Rama, Sutikshna offered many prayers and then took him to see powerful Rishi Agastya. On the way to Agastya, they saw the forest resembled the famous Nandana grove in the heavens. The ground was suddenly smooth, carpeted with soft grasses. Trees bent down on both sides under their heavy loads of ripe fruits. The clear lakes were filled with lotuses and crowded with swans, cranes, and many other varieties of water birds. Flowers grew, and trees blossoms everywhere. The animals were docile and approached the travelers without fear. Rama looked around at the wonderful scenery. "It seems we are near Agastya's hermitage," he said. "By his austerities, the sage has transformed this forest into heaven. We will soon behold that shining Rishi." Requested by Lakshman, Rama told various stories about Agastya. He kept his brother and Sita entertained as they walked throughout the day. Finally, by evening, they arrived at the hermitage As they approached it, Rama said, "Let us go see Agastya, for he will surely bless us with a good fortune. I think that with his permission, we should remain in this region for the rest of our stay in the forest." So Tikshna went ahead and informed Agastya of their arrival. The sage quickly had them brought into his hermitage. As they entered the large compound, they saw numerous sacrificial fires, each dedicated to a particular god and tended by Agastya's disciples. All the principal deities, including the Supreme Lord, Vishnu, as well as Shiva, Brahma, and dozens other gods were there being worshipped. Sacrificial smoke and the sound of mantras filled the air. Agastya, feeling ecstasy, rose up from his seat and came swiftly toward Rama. Rama saw the sage coming, and along with Lakshman, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground. Sita stood close behind with her hands folded and head bowed. Agastya raised Rama up and said, "I have been thinking of you for a long time, O Raghava. I'm blessed by your appearance here. You're always beyond the influence of unsurpassable material energy. Simply by remembering you, one can be carried beyond the great ocean of birth, death, and suffering. What then can be said of one who sees you?" Augustus sat the travelers down after offering oblations into sacrificed fire. He presented them with water and food. Seated in meditation, the sage then caused a great golden bow to appear. There were also two quivers filled with sharp arrows which blazed like fire, and a long sword sheathed in a golden scabbard. Agastya presented the weapons to Rama, telling him how in previous age Vishnu had used them to assist the gods in a war against the demons. Rama accepted the celestial weapons respectfully and then asked the sage to tell him of a place where he could live. After again meditating for a while, the sage replied, "By virtue of my austerities and meditation, I have come to you. I have to know you and understand your purpose, Rama. I therefore suggest you to go nearby forest called Panchavati. It is beautiful and sanctified. At that place, all your desires will be fulfilled." Agastya gave the brothers directions. After taking leave, Rama, Lakshman, and Sita began the 20-mile walk to Panchavati, making their way along the narrow forest paths. After a few miles, they came across a huge vulture lying in a clearing. Rama and Lakshmana, assuming it to be Rakshasa, quickly prepared to fight. Rama carefully approached the vulture, which resembled a hill. "I'm Rama, and this is my brother Lakshman, two descendants of our Raghu," he declared. "Who are you, and what is your race?" In gentle speech, the bird replied that he was an old friend of Dasharatha. His name was Jatayu, and he was the king of the vultures. He recounted to Rama his entire lineage, which began with the ancient sage Kardama. In the course of his narration, Jatayu described how all the various species of birds and animals had descended. Jatayu was the nephew of Garuda, the invincible eagle carrier of Vishnu. "This forest is infested with Rakshasas and vicious beasts," Jatayu said. "Allow me to accompany you in the forest. I shall protect Sita when you two brothers go out to gather food." Rama knew of Jatayu's friendship with his father. He joyfully embraced the great bird and gave him his permission for Jatayu to follow him. Rama then continued toward Panchavati, eager to encounter the demons. After arriving at Panchavati, Rama selected a spot near the sacred river Godavari. Lakshman sanctified the spot with prayers and water from river. He constructed a large hut with mud walls supported by strong wooden pillars, its roof thatched with kushaha grass and reeds. Rama was delighted to see the beautiful cottage, and he embraced Lakshman. "With you as his son, virtuous and always attentive to my needs and desires, surely the king still lives," Rama said affectionately. "Oh, Lakshman, you are to me as good as my beloved father." Rama and Sita settled in the dwelling and lived peacefully. bathing in the Godavari and enjoying the sights and sounds of the forest. Chapter 7 Virakshasasi Shurpanakha. The time passed quickly for Rama and his companions. They lived in almost complete solitude, seeing only an occasional ascetic. Although Rama wanted to face Rakshasas, no opportunity presented itself. One day, just as the 10th winter in exile was ending, the powerful Rakshasa named Shurpanakha, a sister of Ravana, came to the Panchavati region. While she was roaming about looking for food, she saw Rama's footprints and followed them. Soon she arrived at Rama's cottage. As she came near the hermitage, she saw Rama seated outside his garden. She was immediately attracted to the handsome Rama with his powerful frame and majestic bearing. Her mind filled with lust. She assumed the form of a beautiful woman and walked slowly before him. Who are you, dressed in ascetic garb yet wielding weapons? The Rakshasa asked. Why have you come to this forest which is frequented by Rakshasas? Be pleased to tell me. Rama looked quiltlessly at the Rakshasi. Quiltlessly. There was a powerful king named Dasharatha. He replied, I am his son Rama, and this is my brother Lakshman. There is Princess Videha, my wife Sita. On my father's command, I am sojourning here in the forest. Now tell me who are you, O beautiful maiden? Who is your husband? You seem to me to be Rakshasi, capable of assuming various guises. Tell me truly why you have approached me. Shurpanakha moved her hips and glanced down coyly. Know me to be Shurpanakha, sister of unconquerable Ravana. Living here with my other brothers, Khara and Dushana, I ranged these birds devouring ascetics and causing fear to all. However, upon seeing you, I long to embrace you as my husband. Shurpanakha hoped that even if Rama was not attracted to her, out of fear of he might accede to her request. Hearing that she was a Rakshasi, Rama and Lakshman looked at her in surprise. In her fine silks and ornaments, she appeared exactly like a celestial maiden. She moved closer to Rama and smiled. Oh, Rama, of what use to you is this skinny and deformed woman? She asked, throwing a disdainful glance to Sita. Accept me as your wife. I am possessed of great power. After devouring this wife and brother of yours, I will carry you to high mountain reaches where we can sport together in joy. Rama laughed heartily. He decided to joke with the infatuated Rakshasi. Oh, beautiful woman, I'm already married. For ladies like you, it is always painful to have a co-wife. Here, though, is my younger brother. He is handsome and highly qualified and is as yet unmarried. Why not take him as your worthy husband? Surpanakha turned quickly towards Lakshman, who stood smiling with his hand resting on his bow. The Rakshasi moved towards him. See my alluring form, she said. I am certainly worthy of becoming your wife. O handsome one, let us range together happily through these woods. Lakshman caught Rama's joking mood. Why do you seek to become a maidservant, foolish woman? He asked with a laugh. I'm dependent of my older brother. As my wife, you will be Sita's servant. You should seek only Rama as your husband. Who could actually refuse you in favor of a human lady? Surely Rama will soon abandon the weak and worn-out Sita once you are his wife. Shurpanakha was too simple to catch the joke. She took Lakshman's words to be true and turned again toward Rama, who sat next to Sita. Why do you cling to this hideous wife of yours? She asked, growing impatient. If it is her who stands between you and me, I shall now devour her, even as you watch. We shall then roam together at ease. Shurpanakha rushed furiously towards Sita, even as large meteor would fall towards the earth. She assumed her natural form as Rakshashi appearing like a black cloud. Rama immediately roared and checked her by the sound alone. As she fell back, Rama said angrily to Lakshman, "It is clear that jest should not be had with cruel low-class people. See how we have placed Sita in danger. Almighty brother, take your sword and quickly disable this ugly, vile, and wanton being. Do not slay her, as she is a woman." Lakshman drew his sword. He moved swiftly and sliced off the demon's long nose and pointed ears. Shurpanakha screamed in pain. She realized the brothers were formidable and quickly ran off into the woods. Her dissonant and horrible cries could be heard disappearing into distance as she retreated. She bled profusely and raised her arms as she ran, roaring like a moonstone cloud. The Rakshasa sought her brother Kara, who was the leader of the Rakshasas in the forest. Going before him, drenched in blood and crying loudly, she dropped upon the ground like a bolt from the blue. Kara sat surrounded by numerous powerful Rakshasas. He was holding a massive club. When he saw his sister's state, he frowned. "What fool has done this to you?" the Rakshasa snarled. "Who has ignorantly goaded a poisonous serpent with his finger? Whoever has assailed you has fastened around his neck the news of death. Tell me explicitly, O sister, who will today meet with his end at my hands?" Kara stood up. He was proud and arrogant. He took the offense to his sister as a personal insult. "Who could possibly have been so bold to provoke me?" He thundered. "Whose foaming blood will soak the earth today? Whose flesh will the vultures delightfully tear from his body when he lies slain by me on the battlefield? Quickly tell me the name and whereabouts of the wretch. I do not see a being in these three booths of heaven, earth, and hell who would dare challenge me, including Indra himself." Shurpanakha gathered her senses and answered her furious brother. She told him how she had seen Rama and Lakshman in the forest, appearing young and tender, yet obviously possessed of terrific strength. "These two brothers look like Gandharva kings," she said. "They were dressed like ascetics and seemed to be in perfect control of their senses. I could not ascertain if they were humans, gods, or some other divine beings. In their midst, I saw a young lady of faultless form and beauty who shone like the moon. On account of that lady, I was reduced to the state by those two brothers." Shurpanakha asked Hara to kill them immediately. Holding a cloth to her wounded face, she said, "I long to drink the blood of the slender woman, as well as of those two brothers. Quickly accomplish my desire, dear brother. Go now to where they are staying and slay them in an encounter." Hara at once ordered 14 powerful Rakshasas to go and attack the two princes. He told his sister to accompany them. "Once these Rakshasas have made short work of those three, you may drink their gushing blood, dragging their corpses on the field of battle, pierce their soft flesh with your long teeth." Like clouds driven in a storm, the 14 Rakshasas along with Shurpanakha sped toward Rama hermitage. As they arrived, they saw Rama seated at ease with Sita in front of their hut. Lakshman was nearby chopping firewood. Rama saw the Rakshasas entering the area of his hermitage, and he said to Lakshman, "Wait here by Sita's side, O son of Sumitra. I shall quickly dispatch these evil marauders of the forest. Indeed, I have long awaited just such an opportunity." Rama stood up and strung his bow in an instant. He called out to the Rakshasas, "Halt! Why do you seek to injure us? We live here peacefully, harmful to no one. Armed with my bow, I am to make this forest free from the likes of you. If you have any love of life, then flee now and never return. Otherwise, stand on the battlefield and witness my show of strength." The Rakshasas looked at Rama and laughed. Each of them was twice as tall as Rama. Their bodies were hugely powerful and they were equipped with fierce weapons. They considered Rama's threat comical. It was a rare human who could face even one Rakshasa in battle, and they were 14. The leader replied harshly to Rama, "Foolish human, what power do you have to face us in battle?" He said, his voice resounding around Rama's hermitage like a great drum. "You have angered our master Khara and thereby brought death upon your head, hit by your own clubs, but hit by our own clubs and swords. You will soon succumb to our might. Boast while you can, for in a moment you will give up your valor and indeed your life." All 14 Rakshasas rushed to Rama. They roared loudly and hurled Dutch iron darts. Rama stood his ground. Releasing 14 arrows, he cut down the darts as they flew at him. The Rakshasas raised their swords and closed on Rama, their mouths open and their eyes bloodshot. Rama, moving more quickly than the eye could see, at once fired 14 arrows on one after another at each of the demons. His long, straight shafts were made wholly of iron and points sharpened on stone. They screamed through the air and hit each demon in the chest. Their hearts ripped apart. The Rakshasas fell to the earth, soaked in blood, like 14 great trees felled by a storm. Shurpanakha was astonished to see Rama's prowess. Surely he was not an ordinary man, nor his weapons those of an ordinary warrior. She ran away in fear and in disappointment and fell again before Khara. Khara looked at her in surprise. "Why are you still crying?" he asked. "I have already sent 14 brave fighters to oblige you. Those Rakshasas are unassailable and devoted to pleasing me. Without doubt, they will satisfy your desire. With me and my army as your protector, why do you wail?" Shurpanakha told her brother what had happened. She sat before him trembling, with blood encrusted on her face and clothes. Khara listened in amazement as she spoke. Although your 14 fighters were angry and impetuous, they were quickly slain by Rama. He exhibited fear, some energy, and power. His arrows were like rods of death. All 14 Rakshasas are now prostrate upon the ground, killed easily by Rama or Khara. My mind is possessed by terror when I think of Rama. Be my protector. Shurpanakha rolled about on the ground. Shurpanakha rolled about on the ground, beating her chest and shedding tears. She mocked her astonished brother, trying to goad him into battle with Rama. "What is the use of your idle boast? Go out and face Rama in a fight. You will soon see your energy and pride humble. Or if you actually have any power, then let it be proved. Slay the two brothers today and avenge me and your 14 servants." Khara rose up like a serpent that had just been kicked. He screamed in anger. In the midst of other demons, he roared, "My fury is immeasurable. It cannot be held in check any more than a mighty ocean wave. By virtue of my strength, I hold this human Rama of no account whatsoever. His life is already ended. Dry your tears, sister. Today you will see Rama sent to Yamaraja's abode. After I sever his head with my axe. You will drink his hot blood." Shurpanakha was delighted. She praised her brother as a giant among the Rakshasas. Despite his boast, however, Khara considered Rama a formidable opponent. He gave instructions to his brother and General Dushana. "O valiant one, prepare my chariot, fill it with every kind of weapon. Order all the 14,000 Rakshasas under my command to prepare themselves for battle. I myself will march at the head of the high-souled Rakshasas to destroy the arrogant Rama." Dushana fetched Hara's huge golden chariot, which shone like a sun and was drawn by 100 spotted horses. It resembled a peacock golden Mount Meru. In its center, it had a large ensign pole made of cat's eye jewels. The chariot was bedecked with small gold bells, and its sides were studded with red and blue gems and embellished with carvings of alligators, flowers, trees, mountains, lions, tigers, and flocks of birds. Many flags flew from tall poles, and it had 8 golden wheels. Kara indignantly ascended the chariot and, raising his sword, ordered the army to advance. With a great clamor, the vast army sallied forth from the Janastana forest. Holding clubs, darts, razor-sharp axes, javelins, maces, swords, scimitars, bows, and sharpened discuses, they moved off, and all shouting their battle cries. Kara urged his charioteer to spur on the horses. The sound of all swift moving the sound of the swift moving chariot filled the four quarters. The army followed behind Kara, some running on foot, some coursing through the air, others riding horses, and still others on backs of elephants. They were all seized with desire to kill the enemy. As they drove forward, however, they saw various evil omens. The sky above them was covered with a huge gray cloud which poured down blood-red water. Kara's horses stumbled and fell even on the level ground. The sun appeared to be surrounded by a dark edge halo. A gigantic, fearful vulture settled on Kara's a gigantic, frightful vulture settled on Kara's ensign pole. Carnivorous beasts and birds cried in discordant notes, and jackals yelled. The wind blew violently, and thick darkness covered the four quarters. Stars flashed in the sky, and the meteors descended with roaring sounds. Kara felt his left arm throbbing violently. His voice grew faint, and his eyes were filled with tears. A sharp pain filled his head, and he heard a loud ringing in his ears. Even though he saw these omens, however, out of folly, Kara did not return. He laughed loudly and said to his followers, "Disregard these evil portents, Rakshasas. They do not bother me in at least, although they are terrible and inauspicious. I'm able to stand before death himself. With my sharp arrows, I can shoot the stars from the sky." Kara railed foolishly, considering the omens to be sent by gods for whom he cared little. He raised his battle axe and bellowed, making the earth shake. "How can I return without slaying Rama and Lakshman, who are so proud of their strength? Today my sister will be gratified with the blood of those humans. I have never been defeated in battle, and I am unafraid and I am unafraid even of Indra when he stands with the whole heavenly host." The demons felt joy upon hearing Kara's valiant speech. As they bound and dragged by news of death, they raced toward Rama's hermitage. In the sky, many rishis assembled to witness the encounter. Gods, Gandharvas, Siddhas, and Charanas came in their aerial cars. The celestial beings who were friendly to all spoke together. "May all be well with the Brahmins," they said. Even as Vishnu conquered the foremost demons with his discus weapon, may Rama annihilate the Rakshasas. While the gods looked on, Kara, surrounded by his powerful generals, rushed forward, eagerly seeking combat. The Rakshasas suddenly approached the two princes, even as a grip of planets might rush toward the sun and the moon. From his hermitage, Rama had also seen the evil omens. "Behold those portents, O brother, foreboding the imminent destruction of the Rakshasas. These grey clouds are raining blood, while my arrows are shaking in their quivers. This undoubtedly means death will soon overtake the entire Rakshasa horde." Rama felt his right arm throb and his mind becoming enlivened. Such favorable omens indicated his victory, although all around him he saw evil portents. He concluded that there would be shortly an encounter between himself and the Rakshasas, from which he would emerge victorious. As Rama contemplated in this way, he heard the distant crash of Kara's advancing army. The sound of beating drums and roaring Rakshasas filled the air. Quickly taking Sita by the hand, Rama said to Lakshman, "Take this delicate princess to some safe cave on the mountain. Please don't hesitate. Rama knew his brother was longing to confront the Rakshasas, but Sita had to be protected. Lakshmana obeyed Rama's order immediately and took Sita to the concealed cave, which was difficult to reach. After placing her inside, he stood on the entrance holding his bow. Rama put the golden coat of male Agast, the golden coat of male Agasta had given him. He strapped on the two inexhaustible quivers of arrows and tied his sword to his belt. Standing rooted to his spot, Rama looked like a brilliant flame, suddenly appearing in darkness. He twanged his bow, which filled the waters with a terrifying sound. The gods looked on, eager for the Rakshasas to be destroyed. They gazed at Rama, who stood fearlessly before the charging Rakshasas. He resembled the invincible Shiva, seized with fury, but he was single-handedly facing 14,000 terrible demons. Curious to see the outcome, the gods watched in anticipation. As the Rakshasas' army rushed toward Rama, they seemed like a mass of dark blue clouds. The forest animals fled, terrified by the sound of the approaching army. Rama suddenly saw the Rakshasas coming at him from all sides. They screamed in fury and hurled their spears, darts, and clubs. From his chariot, Kara released 1,000 flaming arrows and roared loudly. Rama stood firm. He was pierced with numerous arrows, and his limbs were smeared with blood. With his own arrows, he cut down the rain of weapons. Axes, swords, lances, and spiked maces were thrown at him with the force of a tempest. Rama whirled around and parried the weapons with his straight flying arrows. As the foremost Rakshasas closed in on him, mounted on elephants, Rama seemed like Mount Sumeru, assailed by thunderclouds. He did not feel afflicted, even though struck again and again, fully hemmed in on all sides. Rama looked like a sun screened by evening clouds. The gods felt dejected and fearful. Beholding Rama standing alone amidst thousands of Rakshasas, they cried out, "Victory to Rama!" Understanding their fear, Rama resolved to kill the Rakshasas. He began shooting his gold-tipped arrows 3 or 4 at a time in all directions. With his bow drawn constantly into a circle, Rama moved at the speed of a hawk. An unbroken line of deadly shafts leapt his bow. Those arrows passed right through the bodies of a dozen Rakshasas before falling to the earth. Rama's arrows smashed the Rakshasas' weapons and chariots and tore apart their golden armors. With their arms, legs, and heads severed, countless Rakshasas fell lifeless to the ground. Rama was enraged. He shot innumerable shots that should not be intercepted or endured and which killed the demons by the thousands. Horses, elephants, and Rakshasas lay mangled on the ground. Crushed by Rama, the Rakshasas sent a piteous wail. Some fierce and brave Rakshasas, who were leaders of the army and possessed a terrible might, rushed to Rama, hurling their barbed missiles and iron pikes. But Rama smashed their weapons to pieces even as they flew at him. With razor-headed arrows, he cut off Rakshasas' heads. They toppled over like trees knocked down by a blast from Garuda's wings. The surviving Rakshasas, wounded and dispirited, ran to Kara for protection. Kara consoled them and ordered the Dushana to attack Rama. The mighty Dushana was capable of contending with 10,000 warriors at once. With a great war, he urged his chariot forward. The Rakshasas were encouraged to see their leader advance. Uprooting trees and lifting massive stone slabs, they charged once more at Rama. The dreadful encounter between Rama and the Rakshasas was fearful to witness. Rama alone appeared like hundreds of warriors. The demon could not tell when he took out his arrows or placed them on his bow. They only saw him pulling his bowstring and his endless stream of arrows being fired. The demons rallied themselves and rushed at Rama all at once from every side. They hurled trees and rocks with great force. A diverse shower of weapons fell upon Rama, along with volleys and barbed arrows. Smothered by effort, Rama invoked the celestial missile presided over by the Gandharvas. As he released the weapon, all directions became covered by blazing shafts. Under a canopy of arrows, darkness enveloped in the battlefield, and the demons fell back in fear. Hundreds dropped dead at once. The ground was strewn with heads wrapped in turbans, adorned with bright jewels. Severed arms, still clutching weapons, lay everywhere. Headless trunks, spouting forth blood, ran about wildly before falling to the ground. Everywhere were bodies of Rakshasas, horses and elephants, along with broken chariots, shattered weapons, rocks smashed into powder, and trees torn to pieces. The surviving Rakshasas were unable to face Rama. They stood frozen with fear. Dushana, seeing his army routed, sent up a great battle cry. He ordered his 5,000 personal guards to attack. These Rakshasas had never known defeat. They were energetic and never turned their backs on the battlefield. With terrible impetuosity, they incessantly assailted Rama on all sides. Fearful showers of scimitars, spiked maces, huge rocks, and long swords fell upon Rama. Rama, becoming increasingly enraged, intercepted the volley of weapons with his arrows. Some weapons he struck down with his whirling sword as he slayed the Rakshasas, who fell like so many great oak trees at their roots. Dushana then rushed toward Rama in his chariot, discharging innumerable arrows like thunderbolts. Rama released a razor-like arrow which split apart Dushana's bow. With four more shafts, he killed the four horses drawing Dushana's chariot. He then released a crescent-headed arrow, which severed the head of Dushana's charioteer. With three more arrows, Rama pierced Dushana's chest. The demon jumped down from his chair holding a mace, which resembled a mountain peak. The glowing club was studded with sharp iron pikes and belted with gold. It was capable of crushing the celestial army and smashing down the gates of their citadels. Dushana tightly grasped that weapon, which resembled a large serpent and was stained with his enemy's blood. Raising it above his head, he rushed at Rama with a huge roar. As Dushana bore down on him, Rama lopped off his arms with a pair of arrows. Along with his bejaveled arms, Dushana's club fell to the ground. With a third crescent-headed shaft, Rama cut off Dushana's head. Seeing Dushana slain, the gods exclaimed, "Excellent, well done." Rama then swiftly dispatched all of Dushana's 5,000 warriors to death's abode. Kara was practically stupefied with anger. Seeing his army all but annihilated, he charged Rama. He sent ahead of him his own guards, a dozen of the mightiest Rakshasas. As one might greet guests, Rama greeted each of these demons with his sharp arrows. Those mystical shafts given by Agastya were encrusted with gold and diamonds, and they blazed like fire. They emitted smoke and sparks as they sped through the air, tearing into demonic bodies. They split their hearts in two. Kara looked on in astonishment. Who was this human? Besides his personal guard, the three-headed Trishtra was the only other demon alive. Kara advanced toward Rama, but Trishira checked him. Simply command me, O Lord, and I shall vanquish this man. Trishira said, raising his mace, see him thrown down today by my might. This wicked one deserves death at the hands of all Rakshasas. I shall kill him now, or I will lay down my life on the battlefields. Then you may march against Rama yourself. Therefore, order me to fight. Trishira, who was wishing only for death, received Kara's permission. He mounted his glittering chariot and rushed against Rama. The demon appeared like a moving three-peaked mountain. His volleys of arrows resembled a black cloud. As he charged at Rama, he roared like a crash of gigantic drum. Rama met him with a profuse number of swift arrows. Although the arrows dug into Trishira's body, he simply laughed. He hurled the golden lance tipped with steel and fastened all over with many small bells. The lance glowed like fire as it sped toward Rama. Firing 3 arrows at once, Rama cut the lance into 4 pieces. It fell at his feet like 4 shining stars dropped from the heavens. Trishara immediately shot three barbed arrows which struck Rama on the forehead. With blood gushing from his head, Rama appeared beautiful, like a mountain tipped with red oxide. Provoked by Trishara's attack, he laughingly shouted, "Just see this demon's strength and valor. But what will avail him? His arrows, although fired with all his power, strike me like so many flowers. O demon, now see my prowess." Rama became excited. He shot 14 serpent-like arrows into Trishira's chest. With 4 more shots, he killed the Rakshas's 4 horses. Rama severed the head of his charioteer with a broad-headed arrow. He then struck down the demon's ensign and shattered his chariot. As Trishira leaped from his broken chariot, Rama struck him on the chest with an arrow imbued with the force of the thunderbolt. The Rakshasa stood stunned by the arrow. Rama quickly fired 3 razor-headed arrows which lopped off the demon's 3 heads, and the heads rolled on the ground with their golden earrings glittering. Trishira's body fell like an uprooted tree, and the ground shook. Kara felt fear under his heart. His entire army was slain. Fierce Rakshasas who could face even the gods now lay dead on the battlefield. He looked at Rama, who stood as immovable as the Himalayan mountains. Still Kara urged his charioteer forward. He drew his great bow to a full circle and fired innumerable arrows at Rama. His blood-sucking shafts sped through the air like angry serpents. Kara then displayed his mystic power and filled the folk waters with arrows. Rama at once countered Kara's shafts with his own. The sky was soon covered with arrows, and not even the sun was visible. The 2 warriors fought furiously. The battle resembled a fight between a lion and an elephant, like a driver striking a lordly elephant with a goad. Kara struck Rama with a number of fierce arrows. The demon stood firmly rooted as his chariot like death himself with noose in hand. Thinking Rama tired, the Rakshasa felt the moment opportunity for his victory. He stood tall in his chariot and raised his frightful-looking bow. Rama, however, was no more concerned than a lion would be in the seeing of a small deer. Kara approached Rama as a moth approaches a fire. Displaying his dexterity, he split Rama's bow into 2 with a razor-faced arrow, with 7 more shafts, each resembling Indra's thunderbolt. He pierced Rama at his vital points. He then covered Rama with another 1,000 arrows fired with blinding speed. Hit hard by Kara's shafts, Rama's bright armor fell in pieces to the ground. With arrows piercing him all over his body, Rama became enraged. He shone on the battlefield like a smokeless fire. Rama raised Vishnu's terrible bow and darted towards Kara. He cut down the demon's ensign with a dozen gold-ringed arrows. That gold ensign descended to earth like a setting sun. Kara continued to rain arrows on Rama, aiming for the vulnerable parts of the body. Rama became more and more furious. Grasping his bow tightly, he fired 6 carefully aimed arrows. 1 struck to the demon in the head, 2 in his arms, and 3 in his chest. Rama then shot 13 more shafts as they were alone, as if they were one. With 1 he cut the chariot's yoke. With 4 he killed the horses. With 6 he cut off the head of Kara's charioteer. The next 4 arrows shattered the chariot. The 12th cut Kara's bow, and the 13th pierced him deeply in the chest. All this happened in a matter of seconds. Screaming in fury, Kara leaped clear of his smashed chariot, and he stood on the ground, mace in hand. Collected together in the sky, the gods and rishis applauded Rama, encouraging him to quickly slay Kara. Rama then said to Rakshasa, "You have pursued a ruthless and wicked course, O Rakshasa. With your vast army, you had inflicted pain on all created beings. Only those who are sinful and hard-hearted perpetuate such acts. Therefore, you deserve to die at the hands of all beings, even as a venomous serpent should be killed. Even though challenging the Rakshasa, Rama felt no malice towards the demon. As a ruler, he saw it as his duty to punish the wicked, to correct them. Like a father correcting an errant son, he apprised Hara of his sins, even as he meted out his punishment. He continued to castigate the Rakshasa in a booming voice that echoed throughout the forest. One who continuously commits sinful acts soon sees the terrible results. Or Night Ranger, just as a man who eats poisoned food soon dies, so one who performs sinful acts is quickly dragged down by his sins. I'm here to punish sinners like you, O Kara. Pierced through by my arrows, you will today follow the path of those ascetics whom you have killed. Fight to the best of your ability. I will strike down your head like a ripe fruit. Kara laughed. He was impervious to any good instructions. Beside himself with anger, the demon roared back. Having killed only ordinary Rakshasas or human, why are you vainly ranting? Those who are truly brave speak to nothing of their valor. Only the vulgar brag as you are doing. Oh, disgrace to the royal class, just as brass taking for gold reveals its baseness when placed in fire. So you have shown your baseness now that the hour of your death has arrived. Kara raised his heavy mace. Obviously, you do not see me standing here, wielding my mace and holding the earth with her heavy load of mountains in balance, he bellowed. I'm capable of killing you along with all the creatures in the three worlds, but enough talk. You have killed 14,000 Rakshasas. Now I shall wipe away their relative stares by slaying you. Kara whirled the mace and released it on Rama's destruction. As it coursed swiftly through the sky, it shot out searing flames which burned the surrounding trees to ashes. With 20 steel-tipped arrows, Rama shattered Kara's mace to pieces. It fell to the ground like an angry serpent checked by mantras. Rama laughed at Kara. Is that your best effort, O wild demon? It seems you are bold only in speech. Even as Garuda snatched nectar from the gods, so I shall snatch away your life. The earth will drink deeply your foaming blood. With your head severed, you will lie closely embracing the earth, like a man embracing his lover. Rama continued to taunt Kara, reminding him of many sages he had killed. Closely watching the demon all the time, Rama said, when you are laid low by me in a protracted slumber, this forest will again become a happy abode for ascetics. Your wives and kinsmen will grieve today, as do the kinsmen of those you have slain. Try again if you will, for your death is near. Kara's anger was again incited by Rama's word. He foamed at the mouth, looking around for another weapon. He screamed, your mad talk is born of vanity alone. It is said that at the moment of death, one cannot discern right from wrong. I see this to be true. Evidently, your mind is thrown into confusion as your death approaches. Kara saw a large tree nearby. He tore it from the earth and hurled it at Rama, exclaiming, you are killed. Rama was unmoved. He met the fast-flying tree with a volley of arrows. It fell in splinters and a shower of leaves. Determining to kill the Rakshasa at once, Rama became violently angry. He was covered in perspiration and his face shone brightly. He pierced Kara with 1,000 arrows. Torrents of foaming blood ran from demon's wounds like rivulets running down the mountainside. Kara was maddened and ran furiously at Rama. Taking a few steps backwards, Rama took out a shaft resembling Yamaraja's mace. He placed it on his bow and imbued it with celestial force of Indra's thunderbolt. When the Rakshasa was almost upon him, Rama released the arrow. It struck Hara full on the breast. With a sound like thunder, the demon fell to the ground, a huge burning hole in his chest. As Kara fell dead, the charanas sounded their celestial drums. A shower of flowers fell upon Rama, while the gods applauded, saying, These violent Rakshasas, unslayable by any other, had been slain by Rama in less than 2 hours. His resolve and power exactly resembles that of Vishnu. The sage Agastya, standing in the sky at the head of a large group of rishis, also spoke to Rama. At Indra's prompting and for his very purpose of killing the Rakshasas, Sarabhanga had you sent here. The rishis will now again inhabit this region to practice their austerities. Lakshman then came out of the cave where he had hidden Sita, along with the gods and great sages. He praised Rama's achievement. Sita ran to her husband and embraced him tightly. She ran her cool hands over his many wounds, crying tears of joy to see him victorious over the Rakshasas. As night fell, thousands of carnivorous animals and birds descended on the battlefield. Rama and Sita retired into their hut, and Lakshman sat nearby, keeping a lonely vigil. Chapter 8, Ravana's lust is incited. There was one Rakshasa named Akampana who escaped from Rama. After seeing all his companions killed, Akampana fled to Lanka to inform Ravana of the news. Going before the Lord of the Rakshasas, who was the scourge of all the created beings, and who took pleasure in giving pain to others, Akampana fell at his feet and said, "O great king, your entire army, which was stationed in the Janasthana forest, is now no more. Even the mighty Hara and Dushana are dead. Only I have somehow survived." Ravana shook with anger, and when he heard this news, he gazed with his 10 heads at the disheveled and fearful Rakshasa lying at his feet. The demon king rose up quickly from his golden throne. He was pitiless and rough, and he felt no compassion for the trembling Akampana. As he spoke, he appeared about to consume Akampana in his rage. "Who, with his life all but ended, is responsible for this rash act?" he demanded. "O weak Rakshasa, what fool would you dare antagonize Ravana? Even Indra, Kubera, and great Yamaraja would not be safe if they offended me. I can burn fire and kill even death himself." Under the protection of Brahma's boon, Ravana had become utterly conceited and arrogant. He considered himself unconquerable. Even the principal gods had been forced to retreat in battle against him. None of them could contradict Brahma's order. They would therefore not kill Ravana, even if capable. He had thus ranged the universe, creating havoc and fearing nothing. He grabbed hold of Akampana. "Tell me the name of the wicked wretch who has slain my followers. You need not fear, for whoever is will certainly die at my hands today." Akampana was reassured by Ravana's words. At least the demon king was not going to vent his anger on him. He replied, "It was a man who carried out this astonishing feat of killing the Rakshasa army. He's the son of the Shanta named Rama. Tall and powerful build, the prince possesses matchless strength. He alone annihilated the entire host of Rakshasas." Ravana listened in disbelief. How was this possible? One Rakshasa against a large number of men was easily to believe, but a single man killing 14,000 Rakshasas was incredible. Ravana hissed like an angry snake. Was this Rama accompanied by Indra and all the gods? Seeing Ravana's incredulity, Akampana went on describing Rama's power. It is difficult to even look upon Rama as he stands on the battlefield. His golden winged arrows fall in thousands with the force of a tempest. He has mastered the celestial weapons and looks like death incarnate while fighting. Whichever way the Rakshasas ran, stricken with fear, they saw Rama standing in their front. No gods assisted him. O great one, he alone devastated your army. Ravana snorted derisively. He would not be humiliated by any mere man. He thought of his own power. Thousands of years ago, he had gone to the Himalayas intent of performing austerities in order to gain unmatched material opulence. It was then that he approached Brahma. Surviving on air alone, he took only one breath a day. When he failed after a long time to propitiate Brahma, he began a sacrifice. He cut off his 20 arms one by one and offered them into the fire to please Brahma. When Brahma still did not appear, the demon began to cut off each of his 10 heads and place them in the fire. At last Brahma appeared before him. Ravana then secured his boon, which he now recalled. He had not asked for immunity to humans, but how could any human even look at him, never mind fight with him? Even the gods fled in fear when he mounted his chariot for battle. When Rama sounded most unusual, this Rama sounded most unusual, but nevertheless, Ravana was proud of his hard-won strength and felt sure he could kill Rama without difficulty. Standing with his back to a campana, he said, "I shall go immediately to finish this Rama." Akampana was intelligent. He had already realized Rama's irresistible strength when he saw him fighting. The Rakshasa had thus stood back from the fight and made his escape. He considered that Ravana's chances of defeating Rama were slight. Therefore, he had advised his king, when Rama is in a rage, he cannot be tamed by any warrior. In my opinion, he could, by the force of his arrows, tear down the very heavens with the sun, moon, and constellations. He could stem the current of flooded river or break down the shores of the ocean and deluge the entire world. With his arrows, Rama could lift the earth itself. Instead, that illustrious man could dissolve all the worlds and then create them again. Indeed, that illustrious man could dissolve all the worlds and then create them again. Ravana turned and looked pensively at Akampana. Clearly, Rama was no ordinary man. Akampana was himself a powerful commander of Rakshasa forces. He knew how to estimate the strength of the enemy. The Rakshasa king listened carefully as Akampana continued. "I do not think you will be able to defeat Rama in battle any more than sinful man can attain regions of heaven. However, there is a way by which you can probably overcome him. Listen as I tell you." Ravana sat on his throne, leaned forward and attentively as Akampana went on. "Rama has come to the forest with his wife, Sita. I have heard she is more beautiful than any goddess, female Gandharva or Apsara. From all accounts, she is a stunning jewel among women who cannot be compared to any other. Surely she is dearer to Rama than his own life, as he has brought her with him even to his lonely forest. O king, by means of some trick kidnap Sita, Rama will be overcome by grief and either die or be weakened enough for you to defeat him." Ravana pondered Akampana's suggestion. He liked the idea. Thanking Akampana, he decided to go the next day to find Sita. He first needed to seek the help of Maricha, the son of Tataka, who was well known for his magical powers. Ravana mounted his chariot, which shone like a sun and was drawn by great mules with the heads of fiends. As he sat in his golden chariot, which had a white canopy spread all over it, he was fanned by attractive maidens. His strong built body was the color of glossy black gems. With his 10 heads and 20 arms, he resembled a 10-peaked mountain. As his chariot rose up in the sky, he cast his splendor like a thunder cloud with flashes of lightning. The mighty Rakshasa moved swiftly ahead, surveying the scene below. Heading north toward Himalayas, he saw beneath him the beautiful coastline. It was crowded with hermitages and graced with numerous woods and lakes filled with lotuses. Many siddhas, charanas, and gandharvas and other divine beings sported in great joy in and around those lakes. Thousands of aparas danced, apsaras danced and played with gods. Ravana saw in the sky wonderful aerial cars, like white mansions adorned with celestial garlands and carrying the residents of heavens. From the cars came the sounds of delightful music which enlivened the heart and mind. Passing over great forests, Ravana came at the last of the northern mountains. There he found Maricha's hermitage. Defeated and punished by Rama, Maricha had retired to the forest and dedicated himself to the practice of penance. He looked up in surprise as Ravana's chariot descended from the sky. Maricha rose up quickly and greeted the overlord of all the Rakshasas. Welcome, great king, he said reverentially. I hope everything is well at Lanka. What has brought you to this lonely forest, inhabited only by ascetics? Maricha offered Ravana celestial foods known as unknown to humans. He set him on the mat of kusha grass and served him personally. Ravana only looked at the food and said to Maricha, my entire Rakshasas, led by the power of Kara, had been destroyed by Rama, the son of King Dasharatha, contending single-handedly and on foot. I'm here to seek your assistance in abducting Rama's wife Sita. By this means only will I be able to overpower Rama. Marisha stood up with a start. By what enemy, in the guise of a friend, have you been tendered to this advice? He asked in horror. Who have you offended so that they should suggest that you kidnap Rama's wife? That person clearly seeks to rid the world of the Rakshas's lord. Using you as his tool, he desires to extract a fang from the jaws of a serpent. Who is it, O king, who has dealt you a powerful blow on the head, even as you slept peacefully? Marisha paced up and down, shaking his head. He had already been convinced of Rama's incomparable power. Hearing that he alone had killed Kara and his army only confirmed it all the more. He trembled as he continued to speak. O Ravana, you should not even think of staring at Rama, that lion among men, whose sharp teeth are his numberless arrows, easily kills small animals in the form of Rakshasas skilled in battle. Do not hurl yourself into the vast and dreadful ocean of angry Rama, whose arms are its alligators and whose weapons are its tossing waves. Remain peacefully in Lanka, enjoying with your wives, and allow Rama to sport in the woods with his wife Sita. Maricha spoke passionately. He continued to argue against the wisdom of Ravana's antagonizing Rama. Ravana listened thoughtfully. He again recalled his mission to ask Brahma for invincibility against humans. The Rakshasa king asked Maricha why he considered Rama so powerful. Telling him about the incident of Vishwamitra's sacrifice, Maricha replied, I was ranging the earth, my body appearing like a mountain with a huge iron club in my hand. My might exceeded that of 1,000 elephants. I would roam about in the forest, eating the flesh of rishis, considering me more powerful than even the gods. The sage Vishwamitra sought only Rama as his protector. Rama was a mere boy at that time. When I saw him in Vishwamitra's hermitage, I disregarded him, thinking him to be simply a child. However, with a single arrow, Rama hit and threw me 800 miles into the ocean, and he slaughtered all of my powerful companions. Marisha told Ravana how he returned to the forest again. He assumed the form of Sharabha, a fierce eight-legged carnivorous beast capable of killing even lions. In that form, accompanied by two other Rakshasas in similar forms, he continued to terrorize the rishis. One day, he again came across Rama seated in his hermitage. Rakshasas in the form of Sharabhas rushed at Rama, remembering their previous enmity. In that instant, Rama had lifted and strung his bow, releasing 3 gold-tipped arrows which sped like thunderbolts. Maricha's 2 companions were killed outright. Maricha himself had dodged the arrows and retreated in fear. He then decided to abandon his life of antagonizing rishis and retire to the mountain. Concluding his speech, Marisha said, my fear of Rama has made me adopt this life of asceticism. Indeed, I live in continuous dread of that prince. In every tree I see Rama clad in barks and wielding his bow, looking like death personified, standing with news in hand. I actually see thousands of Ramas all around me. Indeed, this whole forest appears to be turned into Rama. I see him everywhere, even in dreams and meditations. If someone speaks out a word beginning with Ra, I shake with terror. O king, under no circumstances shall I be convinced to again stand before Rama. Ravana sat silently until Marisha stopped speaking. Out of pride, the Rakshasa king still felt capable of dealing with Rama. He was not going to be afraid of mere human. However, seeing Marisha's reluctance to assist him, he decided to return to Sri Lanka and wait another opportunity. He felt sure that his path would soon cross with Rama's. Soon after he arrived back at Lanka, Shurpanakha visited him. As he sat atop his seven-storied palace, surrounded by his ministers, his sister came and fell at his feet. Wailing piteously, she rolled about on the ground. She looked at Ravana, who sat on his golden throne, glowing like a fire fed with abundant fuel. His huge blackish body was covered by celestial robes, adorned with jeweled ornaments taken from the gods. His 20 arms, which could arrest the movement of planets, looked like great tree trunks. They were marked by scars made by Indra's thunderbolt and the other weapons of the gods. He stared down at Shurpanakha with his 20 reddish eyes. Ravana told his sister to get up and asked her why she was lamenting. Shurpanakha, displaying her mutilated face, answered him harshly. Do you not see my disfigured face? What kind of protector are you, O king? I'm a helpless woman and your sister, but I have been humiliated at the hands of a man. Do you not care for this, O powerful Rakshasa? The Rakshasa shook with fear and anger. She continued to address the demon king. Everyone reviles a monarch who is licentious and overly attached to sensual enjoyment. Such a king who fails to properly attend to his state affairs is soon ruined. O Ravana, are you not aware that you are losing control of your territories, having formed enmity with the gods and the Brahmins? How can you expect to rest here in peace, enjoying the pleasures of life? You are childish and without any intelligence. You do not know what should be done and will therefore lose your kingdom before long.
Right? You're right. Yeah. Hearing such a searing rebuke in the midst of the ministers enraged Ravana. Short-tempered and intolerant, he replied angrily, Tell me who has attacked you, wretched woman. Why are you afraid? Shurpanakha told Ravana what happened. She also described to him Rama's annihilation of the Rakshasas, exactly as Ravana had already heard it from Agampana. Ravana's curiosity about Rama was aroused. He said, Tell me more about Rama. Why is he living in the forest? What is his strength and his weaknesses? How has he overpowered the unassailable Kara, Kushana, and Trishira? After telling Ravana that Rama had been sent to the forest by his father, Shurpanakha described how she had personally witnessed Rama's power. I could not see when Rama took up his arrows or bent his bow, which shone brightly like a rainbow. I only saw the Rakshas's army falling like hewn trees. The demons resembled a wheat field destroyed by a downpour of hailstones. I also saw by Rama's side his brother Lakshman. He too seems exceptionally glorious and is clearly devoted to Rama. Indeed, he appears like Rama's second self. I hold these two brothers to be practically unconquerable in battle. Shurpanakha as a Rakshasi, possessed celestial intelligence. Who Like a campana, she was able to recognize Rama's power, although she didn't understand his identity. She spoke cunningly, wanting to incite her brother to confront Rama. I saw by Rama's side his beloved wife Sita, whose beauty is hard to describe. Her dark eyes and hair contrast vividly with the hue and luster of her body, which resembles molten gold. Her breasts, hips, and thighs are exquisitely shaped, and she shines like another goddess Lakshmi. Shurpanaka knew that her brother was lusty. He had absolutely no regard for moral laws and took pleasure in enjoying others' wives. The Rakshasi went on describing Sita. Her countenance is like the full moon. With her thin waist and delicate limbs, Sita is beyond compare. I have seen no woman like her on the face of this earth. Be she a goddess, Gandharva, or Shaksha. Any man embraced with delight by Sita will enjoy a happiness greater than that of Indra. Without doubt, that peerless female, who is of a gentle disposition, would be a worthy consort for you, O king of demons. Ravana's mind was captivated by her description. He considered how he might win her. Arrogantly, he assumed that she would be attracted to him, the great and powerful king of the Rakshasas. But how could she be taken from Rama? Ravana was beginning to think that he needed to exercise caution in this approach to Rama. He listened as his sister continued. I wanted to snatch away Sita and bring her to you, O brother, but I was viciously attacked by the wicked and cruel-minded Lakshman. No one but you, Almighty King, will be capable of taking Sita from Rama. Surely she would be your wife. Why not go to the forest and see her wondrous beauty for yourself? Surpanaka longed for revenge. Sita was the cause of her being mutilated. The Rakshasa woman wanted the princess to be taken from Rama so that both Rama and Sita would feel intolerable pain. Perhaps then Ravana would be able to overpower the grief-stricken Rama. Shurpanaka gazed imploringly at her brother, snatch away the incomparable Sita from Rama. Then, standing in the forefront of the battle, defeat and kill the human along with his evil brother. Ravana was convinced. He was already enraged by Rama's killing of the Rakshasas army in Janasthanam. Now, here was his own sister, disfigured and humiliated by the human brother. Ravana took that personally. He especially could not tolerate the sharp and taunting words Shurpanaka delivered in front of his ministers. He had to prove his power, and above all, he wanted to have Sita. Thinking then of Maricha, he called for his chariot. This time he would not be deterred from his purpose. Maricha's refusal to help him was unacceptable. Ravana mounted his great chariot and rose up swiftly into the sky. The kidnapping of Sita, chapter 9. Again, arriving at Maricha's hermitage, Ravana quickly sought him out. Maricha, clad in black deerskin and seated in meditation, spoke in surprise when he saw Ravana. Why have you returned so soon, O king? I trust all is well in Lanka. Maricha sat the Raksha king on the grass mat. He offered him food and drink, but Ravana waved it aside and said, "No, no doubt you recall my earlier request, O Maricha. I am here now to insist that you comply. Not only has Rama annihilated my army in the forest, but he has attacked and mutilated my sister Shurpanaka. He must by all means be punished, prepared to leave. You will assist me in Sita's abduction." Ravana had made up his mind. He told Maricha to come with him to Rama's hermitage. Once there, he should use magic to assume the form of an enchanting deer. Ravana calculated that Sita, due to her womanly nature, would become captivated by the deer. She would then send Rama to capture it. As soon as Maricha had taken Rama to a distance, he should further use his magical powers to allure Lakshman, imitating Rama's voice. The Rakshasa should cry out in distress. When Lakshman heard the cry, he would come after Rama, leaving Ravana to abduct the unprotected Sita. Ravana spoke derisively of Rama's knowing that Maricha considered the prince formidable. This worthless human has been exiled by his father. Abandoning virtue, he caused my sister to be violently assaulted. He is a disgrace to the royal class and to the thread of all beings. His time is now all but run out. Once he had lost his wife, his strength will be gone. I shall then make short work of him. Maricha's face whitened. This was his worst fear. Ravana was bent on the purpose which would surely end in both their deaths. He stared at Ravana with unblinking eyes. His mouth felt dry and his limbs weak. He folded his palms and addressed to Rakshasa's king in a trembling voice. People speaking agreeably words are easy to find, O Lord. On the other hand, rare are those who will speak words for one's good, which are nevertheless unpalatable. O Ravana, you have clearly not heeded my earlier advice. You have not sought to establish for yourselves actual power. This dereliction of your duty will lead to the extinction of the race of Rakshasas. There is no doubt. Ravana's expression hardened. He was not interested in Maricha's advice. He listened impatiently as Maricha went on. Rama has not been abandoned by his father, not is he devoid of virtue. Indeed, he is devoted to piety and truth. Listen as I tell you his story. He told Ravana how the prince had gone to the forest to prove his father truthful. Both Maricha and Ravana understood that warriors derived power from virtuous behavior. Maricha made it clear that Rama was virtue incarnate. He will describe Rama's power and the consequences of facing him in battle. Do not cast yourself headlong into the fierce fire of Rama's blazing on the battlefield, Maricha beseeched the Rakshasa king. Upon encountering Rama, you will relinquish for good your throne, your happiness, and your very life. Rama's glory is unmeasurable. You will no more prove able to remove Sita from Rama than you could take from the sun its brilliance. O Ravana, remain peaceful in Lanka. Do not bring about your own destruction, along with that of your relative friends and entire kingdom. Ravana blazed upon with anger. He cared nothing for Maricha's well-intended advice. Rising, he spoke harshly to the fearful demon. Your words, like seeds sown in barrel soil, are entirely fruitless. I cannot be deterred from my aim of kidnapping Sita. O noble Rakshasa, I did not ask you about the merits of my intentions. Indeed, a king should never be advised except when he requests such advice. I have told you that I require. All that remains for you to do is to carry on my order. Ravana reiterated his idea. He knew that Maricha could be his unique magical abilities, transform himself into the most wonderful looking creature. He felt sure his plan would work. Speaking slowly and deliberately, he told Maricha the consequences of not cooperating. Perhaps upon approaching Rama, you will face some danger, but if you reject my request, then death at my hands will be certain and immediate. Carefully weigh things in the balance of reason, O Maricha, and do what you feel is best. Maricha tried one last time to sway Ravana from his plan. However, whoever advised you to confront Rama should be executed of king, not me. That sinful person obviously desires only your imminent ruin. The minister who counsels violent measures against a powerful enemy is himself the enemy. Such advice would lead to the destruction of the council along with the counselor, and indeed the state itself. Maricha saw that Ravana was silent, fixing his purpose. Obviously, his counsel was useless. Maricha then realized that his death was near. Understanding the inevitability of his fate, he spoke fearlessly to Ravana. Being a slave to your senses, cruel and evil-minded, you have adopted this course of action. People with leaders who are not self-controlled cannot prosper any more than sheep protected by a jackal. A terrible and unforeseen calamity has arrived at Lanka's door, O king, which will bring an end to the city as well as to you. Therefore, I simply pity you. I shall fulfill your order. It is better to be killed by the enemy than executed by the king. Take me as already slain at the very side of Rama, and consider yourself dead with all your followers the moment you bear away Sita. Those on the verge of death cannot understand right from wrong. No advice can help them. Maricha rose slowly and prepared to go with Ravana, saying, let us now depart. Ravana became joyous. He had heard little of what Maricha had said. Then the Rakshasa king was thinking only of Rama and more particularly of Sita. When he saw Maricha ready to follow his command, Ravana embraced him and said, here's my real Maricha. Before now, some other demon must have possessed you, robbing you of your valor. We shall proceed fearlessly on my chariot. Once you have bewitched Sita with your magic, you may go wherever you please. I shall do the rest. The two Rakshasas got aboard the great chariot. The goblin-headed asses bore it away into the skies. Moving swiftly, they soon arrived to the Dandaka forest. As they circled overhead, they saw below Rama's heritage. They landed nearby, and Ravana instructed Maricha, now work your wonderful magic, my friend. I shall wait here. Ravana had no intention of immediately encountering the two brothers. He wanted first to steal and enjoy Sita, anticipating that this would waken Rama. Ravana knew that Rama would soon come after him, but that would give him the opportunity to gauge the strength and weaknesses of Rama and his forces. The Rakshasa felt confident that he could confront Rama from the security of Lanka, surrounded by his powerful troops. After transforming himself into a human ascetic, wearing matted locks and simple dress, he waited in the woods near Rama's hermitage. Meanwhile, Maricha turned himself into a magical deer. His head was partly white and partly dark, with horns like bright sapphires. The upper part of his snout had the hue of a red lotus, while the lower part had that of a blue lotus. His perfectly formed body had slender white legs with hooves like glossy black gems. The deer's belly was dark blue and its flanks golden. All over its shining skin were a number of jewel-like spots. Its tail resembled a rainbow, and it glanced about with eyes that shone like diamonds. In that deer form, Maricha wandered slowly about. Other deer approached him, but quickly ran in all directions, sensing that this was not actually a deer. Maricha strenuously controlled his Rakshasa nature, which was impelling him to kill and eat the deer which came near to him. Nibbling at leaves here and there, he went into the region of Rama's hermitage. Sita was outside the hut plucking flowers. She immediately saw the wonderful looking deer. Seeing that he had caught her attention, Maricha playfully came near to Sita and then moved away again. As the deer gamboled about, Sita's mind became enchanted. Her eyes opened wide in wonder as she surveyed the stunning form of that magical animal. It seemed to illuminate the forest on all sides as it moved around with grace and elegance, making delightful sounds. Sita called out to Rama, "Come quickly, my lord, and bring Lakshman. Here is a sight to behold." Hearing Sita calling out again and again, the two princes came to her and saw the deer for themselves. Lakshman was immediately suspicious. This animal cannot actually be a deer. Never such a deer looking like a bright jewel been seen anywhere upon the earth. This must surely be a Rakshasa come in disguise. I suspect it is probably Maricha. Lakshman recalled how Rama had spared Maricha's life previously. He knew the demon was capable of great mysticisms and strongly suspected that some evil plan was afoot. But Sita was captivated. She interrupted Lakshman. "Oh, Rama, this wonderful animal has stolen my mind. Please fetch it to me. I would love to show it to my mothers-in-law and your brothers when my return to Ayodhya. We can keep it in the palace as a pet. I don't think that such a beautiful creature can be a Rakshasa. My lord, I must possess this gentle animal." Sita repeatedly beseeched Rama to capture the deer, which remained close by. Rama felt obliged to satisfy his wife. He turned to Lakshman. "Dear brother, see how this deer has created such a burning desire in Sita. I must try to catch it for her. I have never seen a deer like this anywhere before. It defies description. If, as you say, it is a Rakshasa in disguise, then then it must be put to death. Therefore, I shall chase it through these woods. Either I will bring it alive, or having determined it to be a Rakshasa, slay it with my sharp arrows. Perhaps then I might take it the superb skin for Sita." Rama asked his brother to stand close to Sita and got her while he was gone. Like Lakshman, he also feared an attack from the Rakshasas. He told Lakshman that Jatayu was nearby and could assist him if necessary. Rama then fastened his sword to his belt, and after tying on his two quivers, he grasped his bow. He then went towards the deer, which bounded away into the woods. In fear, Maricha ran swiftly into the deep forest. Rama pursued him, moving through the trees with agility and speed. But Maricha kept ahead, sometimes appearing for a moment and then disappearing again. Acting exactly like a deer, he bounded high in the air and glanced about fearfully. In this way, Maricha took Rama a long distance from his hermitage. Rama felt helpless, seeing that the deer maintaining a constant lead over him. He stopped and leaned on a tree, exhausted and perspiring. He decided that Lakshman's assessment was correct. This could not be an ordinary deer. He would have captured it by now if it were. Rama concluded that the deer was certainly a Rakshasa. Spotting it emerging from a distant cluster of trees like the moon, appearing from behind clouds. Rama took out an arrow. He imbued the shaft with the celestial power and shot it at the deer. It is stricken through the air, glowing like fire, seeking out its target. In a moment, it struck Maricha and pierced him in the heart. The Rakshasa bounded as high as a palm tree in screaming pain. As he crouched on the ground, he again assumed his actual form. Rama ran towards the dying Rakshasa. Arisha saw him approaching and remembered Ravana's instruction. With his dying breath, he let out a cry that could be heard for miles. Perfectly imitating Rama's voice, which he vividly remembered from his previous encounters, Maricha cried, "Lakshman, help me! Alas, Sita!" With that final cry, the Rakshasa died, his gigantic form covered in blood, lying prostrate on the ground. Rama stood before the dead Rakshasa, filled with apprehension. This was obviously a plot by the demons. When Lakshman and Sita heard that cry, they would become confused. Rama looked at Marisha's massive body. The voice of a Rakshasa was hundreds of times more powerful than that of a man. Rama had been chasing the deer for an hour at least and was miles from the hermitage. The only thing to do was to run back. Rama immediately began to retrace his steps. Thinking of Sita, he feared the worst. At the hermitage, Lakshman and Sita had heard the Rakshas's cry. Sita was struck with anxiety. Turning to Lakshman, who stood calmly, she said, "Did you not hear your brother's cry? Surely he has fallen into the hands of the demons, even as a bull might be seized by a group of lions. Oh, Lakshman, go quickly and help Rama. My heart is all but stopping and my breath hardly comes. Please act swiftly." Lakshman didn't move. He remembered Rama's instructions to guard Sita. He didn't at all fear for Rama and considered the cry to have been uttered by a demon. Sita became even more anxious when she saw Lakshman unperturbed. Bewildered by fear, she spoke angrily, "O son of Sumitra, you are an enemy in the guise of a friend. It seems you are glad to see the plight of your brother. Surely you desire to possess me for yourself. Therefore, you do not rush to Rama's aid. What is the value of protecting me when your leader is in such danger?" Sita shook with fear and sobbed loudly. Lakshman felt pained by her words, and he tried to reassure her. "Your husband cannot be overcome by the gods or demons assembled in any number, O gentle princess. Rama cannot be killed in a fight by any created being. Of that, there's no doubt whatsoever. But at ease, Rama will soon return, having slain the Rakshasa who assumed the form of the deer and who no doubt uttered that cry." Lakshman was certain that Rama was not in any danger. He could guess that the demon has been killed by Rama and had imitated Rama's voice as he died. After Rama had annihilated the Rakshasas' army at Janasthana, the Rakshasas must have formulated a plot for revenge. Lakshman tried to explain this to Sita, but she became even much more angry. She stood blazing like fire, her eyes red with fury. Because of her fear for Rama, she was confused. Despite her respect for the virtuous and gentle Lakshman, who had never once looked her in the face, her anxiety for Rama made her rebuke him harshly. "Oh, ignoble and merciless Lakshman, it is obvious that you care nothing for your brother. Indeed, you're happy to see him in peril. I can understand that you have been concealing your true nature, posing as Rama's friend. You have all the while been converting me. Your sinful desire shall never be fulfilled. I shall give up my life, even in your presence. Having become Rama's wife, how could I accept an ordinary and weak man like you?" Lakshman was deeply hurt. Sita was as worshipable to him as Rama. He could not even imagine that she was suggesting his mind raced, confused by agony. He could not remain with Sita while she was in this mood. Her words were unbearable. How could she make such accusations? He had to look for Rama, but what would happen to Sita? Fearful and angered by Sita's castigation, Lakshman controlled his mind and replied, "Your words pierce me like a heated steel arrow. I can argue with you since you are a deity to me, O princess. Alas, it seems that the nature of women is to be fickle and given to sentimentality. Although I feel sure I am right, I must nevertheless follow a dangerous course. Driven by your sharp words, I shall depart and search for Rama, but I fear I may not find you here when I return." Sita continued to cry out, saying to Lakshman, "I shall never remain with another man in Rama's absence. I would sooner drown myself in the river, fall from a high precipice, or enter blazing fire." Lakshman was enraged by Sita's insinuations. He tried consoling her, but she would not say anything. He prayed to the forest deities to protect her. Then, bowing to her with folded hands, he left to look for Rama, Sita's words still ringing in his ears. As soon as Lakshman had gone, Ravana came out of hiding. In a human form, he approached Sita, who was without Rama and Lakshman. Even as thick darkness overtakes dusk, when up devoid of the sun and moon, he saw the wonderful princess, the youthful princess, sitting and weeping in front of her hut. As he came near, all the animals fled in all directions. Even the breeze didn't blow, and the river slowed her swift current till she almost stopped flowing. Appearing like a holy man, Ravana was like a deep well covered by grass. He looked intently to Sita, marveling at her beauty. As he gazed at her, the demon was pierced by Cupid arrows. Continuously chanting Vedic mantras, he moved close to Rama's beautiful consort. In his guise as a Brahmin ascetic, he stood before Sita and praised her in various ways. "Most beautiful lady, you possess the splendor of gold and silver, adorned with celestial gems." Ravana spoke, poetically, his deep voice resonating around the forest grove. "Your form is radiant, and your face, eyes, and delicate limbs are like so many blooming lotuses. Are you a goddess or an apsara descended from heaven? Your body is perfectly formed, and your face resembles the full moon, with your dark eyes and full lips playing over teeth resembling rows of pearls. You have captured my heart. My mind is stolen away by your beauty, which is surely unmatched anywhere in the three worlds." Ravana thought that by praising Sita, he would attract her to him. His mind was full of lust. With wide open eyes, he continued, "Why are you residing in the dark forest, frequented by wild beasts and haunted by Rakshasas? You deserve to live in the top of a magnificent palace of gold. Sweet-smelling gardens should be your playground, not fearful forest. Tell me, O charming lady, who are you? Who is your protector? Are you the consort of some powerful deity? Why are you alone in this dangerous region?" Sita looked up and saw Ravana dressed in as an ascetic. She had encountered numerous Brahmin during her stay in the forest, and she was not surprised to see this one. The pious and open-hearted princess offered Ravana seed and water to wash his feet. Acting perfectly in accord with religious codes, she fetched food from the hut and placed it before him, saying, "You're welcome." Ravana watched her closely. He was stunned by her grace and elegance. He made up his mind to carry her away by force if necessary. As she tended to her unexpected guest, Sita looked around for signs of Ravana returning, but she saw only the vast green forest. She began to reply to Ravana's question. "I am the daughter of Janaka, the king of Mithila, and my name is Sita. I am the consort of the high-souled Rama, a prince of Ayodhya. With him and his powerful brother Lakshman, I reside here peacefully. With a guileless mind, Sita told him how she and Rama came to be living in the forest. She explained everything in brief and then said, "Soon my husband and his brother will return, bringing with them varieties of forest produce. Rest here a while, and they will no doubt sumptuously entertain you. But tell me, O sage, who are you and how did you come to be wandering in this lonely forest?" Ravana decided to reveal his true identity. He stood up and replied proudly to Sita, "I am Ravana, the celebrated ruler of the old Rakshasas. The gods, demons, and human beings are struck with terror upon hearing my name, O Sita. Now that I have seen you, O most beautiful woman, I can not longer find delight in my own consorts. Become my foremost queen. Roam with me at ease in my golden city, Lanka. You will live in a splendid palace adorned with jewels, and 5,000 handmaidens will wait upon you." Sita was shocked. She became enraged and said to the Rakshasa, "I have taken a vow to follow Rama, who is as unshakable as a great mountain, as powerful as Indra, and as wise as Brihaspati. I cannot be swerved from Rama's service. He is virtuous and always true to his word. I am dedicated to Rama, who will never abandon his devoted servant. I belong to that Rama who is like a mighty lion and destroys his enemies with ease and speed. How have you, O Ravana, O jackal, been so brazen as to covet me?" She looked disdainfully at Ravana, who stared at her lustfully. She felt sickened. What a disgusting creature. How could he even imagine that she would go with him? How disgraceful that he should pretend to be a Brahmin ascetic, the holiest of men. She spoke with fury. "You could no more touch me than you could the sun's fiery orb. Your desire is sure to bring about your death, O vile Rakshasa. You seek to extract a tooth from the jaws of a powerful and angry lion. You wish to carry in one hand the massive Mount Mandara. You desire to swim across the ocean, having tied around your neck a stone slab. You who would steal the beloved consort of Ramas are trying to snatch away the sun and moon with your bare hands." Sita reproached Ravana again and again. She scorned and derided him with sharp words, warning him against his evil intentions. "After stealing me away, where will you go? How will you retain me while Rama stands on the battlefield, bow in hand? Your pathetic might is nothing against that of Ramas. Next to Rama, you're like a crow compared to Garuda." Sita shook like a sapling caught in the storm. She turned away from Ravana and prayed for Rama to return quickly. The Rakshasa was provoked by her harsh words, and he began to boast about his own strength. "I have won from Kubera, the celestial city of Lanka, chasing him away by my own power. Why, I have even taken from him the Pushpaka, his celebrated and beautiful airplane, which can range anywhere according to one's will. Wherever I stand, the sun withholds its fierce rays. The wind blows gently and the river becomes still and calm." Ravana tried to intimidate Sita. He was annoyed that she was not interested in him. How could she remain attached to Rama, an insignificant human, when Ravana, the immensely powerful king of the Rakshasas, sought her favor? Surely she didn't know of his strength and exploits. Even the gods feared his angry gaze, as well as power. What about his unlimited opulence? Ravana described the city of Lanka with its innumerable gold palaces. Come with me to Lanka, O princess. There you will enjoy human and celestial delights you have never even imagined. You will soon forget the mortal Rama, whose life is well ended. Rama has lost everything and having no power, lives in fear in the forest. I can dispose of him with a single finger. By your good fortune, Ravana is here in person to beseech your love, accepting O Sita, and abandon the worthless Rama. Sita could not even look at Ravana. She clenched her fist and flushed a deep crimson, sharply looking the demon. She told him that once he had laid hands on her, he would soon die at Rama's hands. Crying and calling for Rama, she moved away from the Rakshasa. Ravana became furious. He struck one hand against another one and roared. The Rakshasa then assumed his original form with his 10 heads and 20 arms. He moved closer to Sita. Look at me, O proud lady. I can leave the earth, drink the ocean, and kill death himself. Ravana's red eyes burned like fire. Wearing a red robe and bedecked, bedecked with fine gold ornaments, he looked like a dark cloud lit, lit up by lightning. He had lost all patience, and he spoke angrily to the trembling Sita. Here's a husband fit for you, a charming one. I shall take good care of you and never do anything you dislike. Leave aside the useless Rama and serve me. You do not deserve a life in the forest. Give up your affection for the soon to die human and become the queen of Lanka. Ravana had no intention of leaving her behind, but Sita was clearly not going to go with him unwillingly. He would have to force her. The demon grasped hold of the delicate Sita, taking her in one hand and her legs in another one. Seeing him looking like that, with mighty arms and sharp teeth, the forest deities all ran away. At the moment, Ravana's chariot appeared close by, drawn by its ugly mules. Ravana took Sita in his arms, scolding her sharply, and he placed her in the chariot. Sita writhed in Ravana's grasp. As the chariot rose up, she called for Rama at the top of her voice. Distracted with grief and anguish, Sita wailed like a mad woman. Oh, Lakshman, where are you? I am being seized by the vile Rakshasa. Oh, Rama, your life has been sacrificed for virtue. How then you do not see me being unrighteously carried away? You always chastise the wicked. Why then do you not punish this evil Ravana? Sita began calling to the trees. She cried to the river and forest deities, to the animals and the birds, asking them all to tell Rama that what happened. Turning to Ravana, she said, the fruits of sinful deeds are not immediately received, O Rakshasa, but in time they destroy the perpetrator to these very roots. Oh, Ravana, your time is all but over. Rama will certainly recover me and end up your life. As the chariot rose higher, Sita looked down and saw Jatayu perched on a large tree. She called out to him, "Oh, bird, help me. I am being seized by this evil Rakshasa. Don't try to stop him. He is too powerful. Quickly, find Rama." Jatayu heard Sita and looked up. He saw the chariot with Ravana and Sita on board. From the tree, he called out to the Rakshasa, whom he immediately recognized. "Oh, Ravana, I am the king of the vultures, Jatayu. I possess might and am devoted to virtue. I shall not allow you to carry away Sita in my presence. You who are also a king should not bear away another's wife against the eternal codes of morality." Jatayu flew up with his perch. continuously reproaching Ravana and reminding him of what had happened to Kara and Dushana. Soaring upwards, he kept pace with Ravana's chariot. He spoke in a loud voice, disturbing the demon's mind. Release Sita now, O evil-minded one. You have placed the noose of death around your neck. You have tied a poisonous snake on your cloth. O fool, your act will bring you nothing but suffering. If Rama were here, you would no more be able to carry away Sita by force than one could alter a Vedic test by the force of logic. Jatayu was infuriated. He challenged Ravana. I am here to stop you, O Night Ranger. Stand and fight. Although I am old and weak, I cannot watch you take away this princess. Struck by my bill, you will fall from your chariot like a ripe fruit from a tree. When Ravana heard Jatayu's challenge, he veered his chariot toward him and rushed. Oops. Yeah, no, I in a moment I start.
Shall I say in the live and I can say?
Say it again.
I'll say in the live streaming and I can say.
As you wish, Mate.
This one. It's when Ravana heard
Yeah, no, I lost track too.
this. Pull it on.
I'm close.
Just say.
No, it was like here when.
Yeah, it's here.
Okay.
When Ravana heard it.
Okay, thank you. When Ravana heard Jatayu's challenge, he veered his chariot toward him and rushed angrily at the king of birds, raining him with blows from his 20 arms. But Jatayu swooped and avoided Ravana's attack. Then he assailed Ravana with his sharp talons. As the great bird screamed, Ravana roared. The clash between the two combatants was tumultuous and frightening to witness. It resembled an encounter between two winged mountains. Ravana fired terrible-looking arrows that sped through the air like streak of fire. Jatayu was suddenly struck all over with hundreds of sharp arrows. Ignoring his wounds, he rushed at Ravana, inflicting many wounds on him with his beak and claws. Jatayu then broke Ravana's large jewel-encrusted bow, which fell, glittering from the sky. Ravana swiftly strung another bow and shot thousands of arrows to Jatayu, entirely covering his body. The king of birds looked as if he had found shelter in a nest. He shook off the network of arrows with his wings and again flew at Ravana's chariot. The great bird tore off the heads of Ravana's mules. With a blow from his bill, he killed the charioteer.
swooping again and again. Jatayu then smashed Ravana's chariot, and as his chariot fell in pieces, the Rakshasa grabbed hold of Sita and dropped to the ground. The gods, witnessing the battle from above, applauded Jatayu. Then Ravana again rose into the air. In two of his arms, he held Sita, while in another hand, he clutched his fierce-looking sword. He faced Jatayu, who again rebuked the demon. Your act is condemned by all virtuous men, thundered Jatayu. It is not even heroic. You're simply a thief, and like a thief, you will be caught and punished by Rama. O cowardly one, how do you hope to survive? Surely it is only by the annihilation of the Rakshasas that you have stolen Sita. Wait a short while and Rama will return. Or fight me now, Ravana, for I shall never allow you to live with Sita. Jatayu flew at Ravana. He tore the demon's back with his talons and struck his head with his beak. The fearless bird pulled the Rakshas's hair and dragged him about. Ravana shook with anger, his eyes blazed, and his lips twitched with indignation. Tormented by Jatayu, he decided to kill him. He crushed at the bird and struck him violently with his fist. Jatayu then tore off Ravana's 10 left arms. Even as the arms fell to the ground, 10 more grew immediately in their place, like serpents coming out of an ant hill. The Rakshasa then placed Sita on the ground. He darted towards Jatayu and began striking him with his fist and feet. Taking his razor-sharp sword, he lopped off Jatayu's wings. The great vulture fell on the ground, dying. With his white breast reddened with blood, he resembled a large cloud tinged by the setting sun. Sita cried out and ran towards him. Gently stroking his head, she called out to Rama, "My lord, where are you? Do you not see this terrible calamity? The sky is filled with evil omens. Come quickly. Here lies the brave Jatayu mortally wounded on my account. O Rama, O Lakshman, save me." Sita cried bitterly. From the sky, Ravana saw that his adversary has overcome. He descended swiftly and went towards Sita. She ran away and embraced a tree, crying out, "Hold me, tree, hold me." Ravana grabbed her forcefully by the hair. In the grip of his own destiny, he dragged Sita away as she cried out, "Rama, Rama, Rama," again and again. Pulling her onto his lap, Ravana rose up into the sky. At that time, the wind stopped blowing and the sun appeared lusterless and dull. The whole creation seemed out of order, and a dense darkness enveloped the four quarters. Brahma saw by his divine vision that Sita has been seized violently by Ravana, and he said to the gods, our purpose is accomplished. The great sages in the forest also saw Sita being taken, knowing Ravana's destruction to be imminent. They felt simultaneously agonized and joyful. Ravana held Sita tightly and flew towards Lanka. With her body shining like molten gold and adorned with jeweled ornaments, Sita looked like lighting against the black cloud. Ravana appeared like a dark mountain illuminated by fire as he traveled with haste towards his city. Sita's face pressed against Ravana resembled the full moon splitting a cloud. She burst into tears again and again and called out for Rama. Lotus petals fell in shower from her crushed garland. A bejeweled golden anklet dropped from her foot like a circular flash of lightning. Her necklace of pearls fell from her breast, appearing like the Ganges descending from the heavens. As Ravana soared over the treetops, the leaves shook violently, seeming to say to Sita, Don't be afraid. For spawns, with their faded lotuses and frightened fishes, appear sorry for the princess. Lions and tigers, along with birds and other beasts, angrily rushed behind, following Ravana's shadow. The mountains, their faces, bathed in tears in the form of rivulets and with arms upraised in the form of peaks, seemed to scream as the wind from Ravana's passage rushed over them. Seeing Sita held in the grasp of the 10-headed monster, the forest deities wept and their limbs trembled with fear. Sita, her face paled and her eyes threatened, chastised Ravana. Have you no shame at all? Restoring only to stealth and trickery. You have stolen away the chaste wife of another, O coward. You have killed the old and helpless Jatayu, and now you flee in fear from Rama. You're proud of your valor, but people throughout the world will scorn and deride you, O vile demon. Sita struggled in Ravana's grip. She preferred to fall to earth and die than be carried away by him. She censured Ravana continuously, goading him to turn and fight with Rama and Lakshman. The tearful princess told him that even if he carried her to Lanka, she would soon die, being unable to see Rama. Ravana, ignoring her sharp words, continued to bear her way through the skies. As they flew, Sita looked down and caught sight of a group of large monkeys sitting on a mountain peak. She pulled off her silken head covering and quickly bound up her golden bracelets and another shining jewel, dropping the bundle as Ravana flew over the monkeys. Sita hoped they would meet Rama and show him the jewels. He would then know which direction Ravana had taken her. The Rakshas's king didn't notice Sita's cloth falling to earth. The monkeys caught sight of it as it fell. They looked up and saw Ravana speeding past with the beautiful princess held in his arms. The Rakshasa cursed through the earth like an arrow shot from a bow. Delighted in mind, he raced towards his own destruction. Crossing over the fearsome ocean, which teemed with sharks and other fierce aquatics, he went in the direction of his celestial city. Even as he flew overhead, the wind died and the ocean waves were stilled out of fear of him. The many Sitas and Charanas in the sky who witnessed Ravana fly with Sita said, "This marks Ravana's end." Soon Ravana arrived in Lanka and entered his palace, going straight to the inner sections where he kept his many wives. There he spoke with the Rakshasas who were entrusted with guarding his women. Take good care that no man looks upon Sita. Give her every item of enjoyment the moment she asks. Gold, gems, pearls, silks, whatever she may desire should be provided. Those whose light or upset her, knowingly or unknowingly, must not hold life dear. Ravana then left and went to his own rooms. He called for aid of his most powerful generals. After praising them for their strength and valor, he said, armed with various weapons, go at once to the Dandaka. Seek out Rama and observe him closely. Be wary, for Rama has single-handedly destroyed the entire army I had stationed in the forest. Because of that, I feel a rage that burns me insides. That rage will only be calm when Rama lies dead, slain by me. Therefore, you should learn of Rama's strength and weaknesses. Report this to me, and I shall then do what is required. Ravana gave them detailed instructions, repeatedly extolling them with pleasant words. The powerful Rakshasas then made their bodies invisible and set out towards the Dandaka forest. Ravana, having set up a bitter enmity with Rama. Ay, God. Persecuted and Ravana, having set up a bitter enmity with Rama, persecuted and rejoiced within himself. He decided to visit his inner quarters where Sita was lodged. Stricken with love for the dark-eyed princess, what is going on? Mataji, what is going on with this? And a moment starts like going on his own.
Ravana found Sita.
Ravana, having set up a bitter enmity with Rama, persecuted and rejoiced within himself.
Here you are. Rejoice within himself.
Yeah. He decided to visit his inner quarters where Sita was lodged. Stricken with love for the dark-eyed princess, he hurried to see her. Ravana found Sita bathed in tears and falling to the floor amid the Rakshasas. She resembled a female deer beset by a number of hounds. Even though she was unwilling, Ravana had her forcibly brought as he showed her his palace. It comprised a large number of shining buildings supported by pillars of ivory, gold, and crystal. The palace was astonishing to behold and highly pleasing to the mind. Ravana took Sita up at the magnificent central stairway of gold, showing her the vast extent of his home. The walls were set thickly with celestial gems, which threw off a brilliant luster, lighting the whole palace. On each level of Ravana's palace were differently furnished rooms meant to evoke different moods. The palace resounded with the delightful music of kettle drums and other instruments. Various scents filled the air. There were fountains and ponds surrounded by flowers of every description. Hoping to seduce her, Ravana spoke to Sita. I have under my control millions of Rakshasas. 10,000 of them are my personal servants. My city extends for 800 miles and is constructed everywhere with gold and gems. Everything I have, I know, give over to you. Oh, lovely princess, you're more dear to me than life. Become my wife, the queen of all the women who are mine. What is the use of remaining attached to Rama, who was deprived of his kingdom, given to austerities and troubles the earth on foot? Ravana tried at length to impress Sita. He bragged of his power, telling her how he could conquer even the gods in heaven. Ravana also derided Rama in various ways, saying that he would not be able to reach Lanka even in thought. Indeed, Ravana boasted that was not a being anywhere in the three worlds who would now be able to rescue Sita from Lanka. Therefore, delightful lady, share with me all these celestial pleasures. Range freely with me in the Pushpaka. Cast aside any thought of Rama, whose life is soon to end. For I alone, I am a husband worthy of you. Sita sat sobbing for some time, not looking at Ravana. She had no desire to speak to him, but seeing the Rakshasa's insistence, she composed herself and addressed him reproachfully. O sinful demon, had you dared lay hands upon me in Rama's presence? You would now be lying prostrate on the battlefield. Give up your vain boasting. Your life has all but ended. Your royal fortune is gone. Gone too is your strength and intelligence. Soon a shower of arrows will rain down upon Lanka, annihilating the Rakshasa force. Thank to you, O vile Rakshasa, this city will soon be filled with weeping widows. Sita spoke furiously to Rama. How'd he even dare to suggest that she abandon Rama for him? He was like a crowd trying to steal a sacrifice offering from an assembly of Brahmins. Her mind would not for a single moment contemplate a sinful act. It was only with deep regret that she looked at Ravana at all. Obviously, virtue was entirely unknown to him. He could imprison her or kill her, as he killed or she had no use of life without Rama. What is going on? Oh, God. Mataji. So, look, this is not. What is, oh,
Just the reason.
that is why. I don't know what is going on with this.
In video.
Here. Now, hearing Sita stinging words, Ravana bodily hair stood on end. He spoke threateningly, "O most beautiful lady, hear my warning. If you do not yield to me within 1 year, you shall be killed by my cooks and served to me as my meal." Ravana then stormed away. He instructed the Rakshasas to break her pride. Be fearful threats alternate with soft words. Tame this lady as one would tame a wild animal. He told them to keep her in his beautiful gardens, which were filled with trees laden with fruits and flowers. They should guard her carefully and continue to inform her of Ravana's power and glory. Gradually, her mind would change, otherwise, she would be put to death. Ravana left in anger, his footstep causing the air to vibrate. Placed in the midst of a grove of trees, Sita fell weeping to the ground. She felt her limbs overpowered with grief and could find no peace of mind. Threatened by the Rakshasas, women who had misshapen faces and deformed figures, she was like a young deer falling into the clutches of tigresses. With her mind wrapped in thought of Rama, she fell unconscious, oppressed by fear and sorrow. Chapter 10, Rama's terrible discovery. Rama raced towards his hermitage. He was filled with foreboding. As he crashed through the bushes, he heard a jackal's fierce yell behind him. Recognizing the evil omen, he became even more anxious. Had Sita been devoured by Rakshasas? Lakshman must have left her when he heard Maricha's cry. Sita would have insisted upon it. The Rakshasas had plotted successfully, surely. They had now taken Sita. Rama saw other frightening omens, and his mind became even more distressed. As he rushed through the forest, he suddenly saw Lakshman coming towards him. Rama ran to him and took hold of his hand. He spoke sternly, "My dear brother, what have you done? Why you have abandoned the helpless Sita? Without doubt, she is now dead or stolen by the Rakshasas." Rama pointed out to Lakshman the various omens. He told him about Maricha's trickery. It was now obvious. The Rakshasas had arranged everything so they could abduct Sita. Tears flowed from Rama's eyes as he thought of his wife. If she were killed, he would give up his own life. Desperately, he asked Lakshman, "Did you fail to protect her? Where is that gentle lady who willingly gave up every happiness to follow me here? Where's Sita now? You should know that I cannot live without her or for even a moment." Feeling dispirited, Excuse me.
Will you continue up to 6 p.m.?
Oh no, what time it
It's
is?
5:10.
Yeah, no, until 6. It is.
Yeah, will you read up to 6? Up to
Yeah.
6. Okay, continue.
Feeling dispirited, Lakshman replied, I didn't leave Sita willingly. Urged by her strong and painful words, I came looking for you. She would by no means allow me to stay with her. Forgive me, my lord. Lakshman explained everything to Rama, who he had tried hard to convince Sita of Rama's invincibility. How she had accused him of having ulterior motives, but Rama only became angry and reprimanded him. Why he had taken Sita's words seriously when she was overwhelmed by sentiment, why he had allowed himself to fall prey to anger. He had failed to carry out Rama's order. Now they would surely meet calamity. Rama turned and continued to run towards his hermitage, his mind fixed on Sita. As Rama ran, he felt a tremor run through his limbs. His left eye throbbed violently. Greatly perturbed by these baleful omens, Rama crashed through the forest. He seemed almost to fly, obviously of the creepers and bushes which lashed him. Breaking into the clearing where he had his hermitage, he ran about wildly looking for Sita. He called her name again and again, but on finding no signs of her, his heart sank. Ram examined his hut, the surrounding grounds closely. It resembles a lotus flower blighted by winter and deprived of his charm. The trees seemed to cry as they creaked in the wind. The flowers appeared faded and dull. Deer and birds were restless in ill at ease. Rama saw blades of kusha grass scattered around, along with flower petals falling from Sita's garlands. He wailed loudly, surely Sita has been snatched away, or perhaps she lies dead somewhere, or has she gone out playfully hiding now in the sport? Rama searched frantically, but Sita was nowhere to be found. He feared the worst. This was surely the work of the Rakshasas. Even now, Sita must be in their clutches. Rama imagined Sita as she was carried away. She must have cried out for him in plaintive tones as she was borne upwards, her beautiful face streaked with tears. Fear would have gripped that timid princess. Perhaps at that very moment she was being devoured by demons who were cutting open her soft neck and drinking her blood. As Rama ran from tree to tree, his eyes red from sorrow, he appeared almost crazy. He questioned the trees. Oh, Gandamba, oh, Bilva, oh, Arjuna tree, where is Janaka's frail daughter? Is she alive or not? In the madness of grief, he spoke to animals, the river, the sky, and the earth itself, but they all remained silent, heightening Rama's anguish. The forest and river deities, remembering Ravana's frightful form, were petrified with fear and could make no reply. As Ramas gazed around, it seems to him that he saw Sita in the side of the forest. The yellow flowers looked like her silk garment. The creepers flowing in the wind became her limbs. Rama thought he saw his beloved wife everywhere. He ran towards her crying, but found only the desolate and echoing forest. Rama rebuked himself for leaving Sita. What would he say to Kaushalya? How could he even look at Janaka, that every truthful monarch? Rama felt as he would die. But then what would his father say upon seeing him arrived in heaven, held by grief? Surely the emperor would reproach him for becoming a liar, but not completing the term of his exile. Rama lamented piteously. I shall never return to Atoya. Kaikeyi may rejoice her purpose fulfilled. Oh, Lakshman, you should embrace Bharata and tell him to long rule over this white earth. For Rama is no more. Without Sita, I shall not accept even heaven. What then of this word? What then of this world? With Sita dead has become mine for failing to protect the gentle princess, I shall reach unending regions of hell. Rama fell weeping to the ground. He censored himself in many ways. Surely this awfully misfortune was the result of sinful acts performed in the past life. It was undoubtedly his destiny. Such suffering, the loss of the kingdom, separation from his loved ones, the king is dead, and now Sita loss would only have been caused by his own past evil deeds. Rama tossed about him in pain. Seeing Rama's agony, Lakshman himself, gripped with despondency, approached his brother and said, "Do not give way on despair, O mighty prince. Men of your caliber are never bewildered by even the greatest disaster. We shall yet find Sita. She cannot be far away. It is less than an hour since I left her. Let us continue our search." Rama composed himself and got up. He sighed and gazed about, wondering which way to go as he looked at the seat outside his hut. He remembered how he had sat there with Sita by his side, how they had talked and laughed together, how she had teased him, pretending to be hurt by his words, or cajoling him to fetch a particular flower from deep in the woods. As he thought of his lotus-eyed wife, Rama's grief rose in repeated waves. A couple of large deer came close to the brothers. Rama asked if they had seen Sita. The deer then stood with their heads pointed towards the south. Rama and Lakshman took that as a clue and sped off to that direction. They soon came upon a trail of flowers falling on the ground. Rama dropped to his knees and picked up the petals. They were from the braid on Sita's hair. He cried out in a resounding voice, "Sita, Sita!" The two brothers kept running. Suddenly they saw enormous footprints, probably of a Rakshasa. Near to it were Sita's footprints going here and there, as she evidently ran in fear. As they looked about, they found a huge bow lying in pieces, along with many fearsome arrows, tipped with blue steel barbs. A chariot lay smashed there, still yoked to great mules with goblin heads, some of which had been torn off in what was obviously a terrible fight. The headless body of the charioteer still sat holding the reins unwhipped. There were strands of gold fallen from Sita's ornaments along with her crushed garments. Rama pointed to the ground. "See, here the many drops of blood. Look at these shattered weapons and this mighty bow encrusted with pearls and gems. Whose chariot is this with its 100-ribbed canopy torn apart? Look over there, glowing golden armor satin with emeralds and rubies. All these items could only belong to gods or demons." Rama fell to the ground, wailing piteously. "Oh, Lakshman, it is clear that Sita is dead. Here at this place, two Rakshasas fought for her sake. The victor would surely have consumed my darling wife. Alas, I am lost." Lakshman carefully examined the scene. There had obviously been an encounter between two very powerful beings. Perhaps Rama was right, but from the footprints, there didn't appear to be more than one Rakshasa. Lakshman felt that somehow Sita was still living. He reassured Rama, telling him to take heart, for Sita would surely soon be recovered. As he checked his grief, Rama felt consumed by anger. The corners of his eyes turned coppery as he stood holding his bow. The Rakshasa race will soon be extinct. They have borne away Sita's even as she practiced virtue. How did the gods stand by and allow this to happen? Do they know fear by my wrath? Do they think I am powerless? For too long I have been mild and compassionate. Today the world will see a different Rama. Rama roared, giving vent to his anger. He would fill the heavens with his missiles. With his weapons, he would annihilate the entire creation. All living beings would find themselves oppressed as he discharged endless flaming arrows. The planets would be brought to a standstill, the sun obscured, and the moon brought down from the sky. The mountains would lie crushed to a powder, and the oceans would be dried up. If the gods didn't bring back Sita, they would find no shelter anywhere in the universe. All the worlds would be torn to pieces by Rama's arrows, and nothing would remain. A blazing fire would rage through all the quarters, leaving total devastation in its wake. Rama tightened his clothes, his lips trembled, and he pressed them against his teeth. He looked like Shiva intended upon the destructions of the universe at the end of an age. Taking from his quiver a dreadful-looking arrow, he placed it upon his bow. Today I shall not be checked by conciliation or force. See now, dear Lakshman, as I bring down the gods from heaven. Lakshman grabbed hold of Rama's arm and stopped him from releasing his arrow. With palms joined, he spoke gently to the infuriated Rama. You have always been dedicated to the good of all beings. Do not abandon your nature today. O Rama, do not be swayed by anger. You should not destroy the worlds for one person's offense. Lords of this world are always just in their punishment. Therefore, display your forbearance, for it is as deep as that of the earth itself. Be calm and consider the situation with care. Lakshman pointed out that they could see only the footprints of a single Rakshasa. It appeared that someone had fought against the demon, probably to protect Sita. Whoever had abducted Sita was obviously possessed of great power. Perhaps no one was able to prevent the kidnapping. After all, who would approve of the destruction of kidnapping of Rama's spouse? The gods and Gandharvas, the rivers, seas, mountains, and indeed all living beings were not capable of giving offense to Rama any more than the priest of a sacrifice could offend the person for whom they were performing the ritual. Rama felt slightly pacified as Lakshman continued. Let us seek out the assistance of the great sages. With me by your side, we shall search the whole earth with all its mountains and forests. If we still do not find Sita, we shall go to the depths of the ocean and up to the realms of the gods. O Rama, we shall not rest until we find your beloved wife. Lakshman suggested that if still they didn't find Sita, then Rama could lose his venomous missiles upon the worlds. But first, he should control his anger and seek his wife through peaceful means. Otherwise, what example would he set for the world? If the earth's rulers immediately resorted to violence when under duress, then what would ordinary men do? Would they be expected to exercise any control when they're in distress? In this world, calamities visited everyone in due course of time, but they also disappeared again. Happiness and distress follow one another in swift succession. One should not give way to either. Even the gods were subjected to suffering. One should neither rejoice nor grieve for material things, but with a peaceful mind carry out one's duties. This was the path to everlasting happiness. Lakshman looked into Rama's eyes. Oh, Rama, put down. Rama put down his bow, and replaced his arrow in its quiver. He was moved by his brother's beautifully worded advice. Controlling his anger, he thanked Lakshman and asked him what they should do next. Where should they begin to look? The two princes continued to walk south, discussing what to do. Soon they came upon Jatayus lying upon the ground, seeing from a distance the mountainous bird drenched in blood. Rama exclaimed, Lakshman, it is a Rakshasa in the guise of a bird. Surely this beast has devoured Sita. I shall make short work of it with my fiery arrows. Rama fitted a razor-headed arrow to his bow and bounded towards Jatayu. But as soon as he recognized the great bird, he lowered his weapon. Jatayu, close to death, saw Rama coming and raised his head, vomiting blood. He spoke in a strained voice. Oh, Rama, the godly Sita, and indeed my life have both been snatched away by Ravana. I flew to her assistance and fought with the demon, although I smashed his chariot and killed his horses. I was finally cut down by him. Jatayu then described what had taken place. Upon hearing his story, Rama fell weeping to the ground. He embraced Jatayu and stroked his head. In great pain, Rama cried out, Alas, who is more unfortunate than I? My sovereignty is lost. I'm exiled. My wife is stolen, and now my father's friend lies mortally wounded, having tried his best to help me. Rama questioned Jatayu where did Ravana had taken Sita. What did she say as she was being dragged away? How powerful was the Rakshasa and where was his abode? Rama spoke widely in a tearful voice. Jatayu looked at him fondly. Speaking in a barely whisper, he replied, The demon conjured up a storm as he flew in the sky. As I contended with him, I soon became exhausted. Being old and worn out, he then lopped off with my wings. He sped away with his face pointing south. The word lay gasping. He reassured Rama that Sita would soon be found. The Rakshasa had kidnapped her at an hour which was favorable for her return, although he knew it not. Jatayu said it was the Vinda hour. According to scriptures, a treasure lost during that time is again recovered. Jatayu told Rama that Ravana was the son of the sage Vishrava and the half-brother of Kubera. Although he was immensely powerful, Rama would soon slay him. Jatayu was sure of it. As the old bird spoke, he felt his life departing, blood flowing continuously from his mouth. He looked at Rama with tears in his eyes, repeating Rama's name over and over. Jatayu gradually became silent. His head fell to the ground and his body slumped back. Rama stood with folded hands, looking at his father's dear friend. He cried out in anguish, Speak more, O noble bird, speak more. But Jatayu was dead. Rama gazed at him sorrowfully. Turning to Lakshman, he said, Alas, this bird has laid down his life for my sake. Dear brother, it is clear that valiant souls who practice piety and virtue are found even in the lower species of life and not just among humans. The pain of seeing these vultures dead afflicts me as much as that caused by Sita's loss. Rama considered Jatayu to be as worthy of his worship as Dasharada. He asked Lakshman to fetch logs so that they could build a funeral pyre. Rama looked at the bird and said, You will attain unsurpassed realms of happiness, O king of birds. Never again you will take birth of this mortal world of pain and suffering. The brothers placed Jatayu on the woodpile and set it alight. Rama personally recited the sacred mantras and performed the ritual, cremating Jatayu as he would his own relative. Both brothers then went to the Godavari and, after bathing in the river, offered in sacred water to Jatayu's departed soul. And when the ritual was completed, Rama and Lakshman felt pleased, knowing that Jatayu had gone to divine regions of unending happiness. They fixed their minds on recovering Sita. Going in a southerly direction, they entered the deep forest, appearing like Vishnu and Indra, going out to encounter the Asuras. Lakshman went ahead, wielding his long sword and hewing down the shrubs and creepers that blocked their progress. The forest was trackless and difficult to traverse, but the brothers moved swiftly. Distressed and eager to find Sita, they looked on all sides, but saw only the dense forest. Lions roared and birds of prey screamed above them. Thick darkness enveloped them as they penetrated deeply into the jungle. As they moved ahead vigorously and without fear, they began to perceive evil omens. Rama left arm throw, and his mind became disturbed. Jackals howled and crows emitted shrill cries. Rama said, "Be wary, O Lakshman. These signs definitely indicate some imminent danger." Even as he spoke, a loud noise suddenly resounded from ahead of them. It was deafening, and it filled the four quarters. Ram and Lakshman, with swords in hand, ran towards the sound. Here must be the demon responsible for taking Sita. They would soon dispatch him. Perhaps Sita was still there. The brothers raced ahead. They suddenly broke into a clearing and saw a colossal Rakshasa seated there, taller than the surrounding trees. The demon looked like a mountain peak. He had no neck or head, and his huge mouth was in his belly. The demon was dark blue in color and covered all over with sharp bristling hair. At the top of his body was a single fearful eye which blazed like fire. His long pointed tongue darted in and out, licking his lips. He had arms 8 miles long, and they drew toward him all kinds of animals. As Rama and Lakshman looked on, the Rakshasa devoured bears, tigers, and deer, which he crammed into his gaping mouth. The brothers saw the Rakshasa from a distance of a mile. They looked in amazement. As they stood there, the demon saw them and reached out with his two arms, which snaked about like two enormous creepers. Tightly grasping both brothers, he lifted them high above the ground. Lakshman cried out to Rama, "Free yourself, O Rama, leave me as an offering to this devil. Make good your escape. I cannot release myself from these demon clutches. After recovering Sita and the throne of Ayodhya, always remember me there." Already torn by anguish due to having allowed Sita to be captured, Lakshman was overcome by the demon. Rama replied to his distraught brother, "Do not yell to fear, O Lakshman. A man like you should never feel dejected." The massive Rakshasa pulled the brothers towards him. "Who are you two with shoulders like those of bulls, dressed like ascetics, yet wielding swords and large bows?" He boomed, "By the will of Providence, you have fallen within the range of my sight at a time when I stand oppressed by hunger. Your life is now of short duration." Rama felt despair. What would happen next? Was there no end for his suffering? He called out to Lakshman, "Powerful in this destiny, calamity upon calamity is heaped upon us. We are now threatened with death even before we could find the beautiful Sita. What should be done now? The demon spoke again. Today you too shall serve as my food. Expert yourself if you have any strength. Lakshman, who had gathered himself together, became infuriated. He shouted to Rama, "The strength of this repulsive demon lies in his arms alone. Let us quickly cut off his best arms with our swords." As Lakshman spoke, the Rakshasa roared and opened his mouth wide. He began drawing the brothers towards him. Without delay, they both brought their swords down upon his arms with great force. The razor-sharp weapon sliced through the demon's flesh, and his arms fell upon the ground, releasing Ram and Lakshman. Emitting a terrible bellowing scream which echoed for miles, the demon slumped back, bathed in a stream of blood which gushed from the thumbs of his arms. He called out to the princes, "Who are you?" Lakshman replied, "We're two sons of Dasarath in the line of Ikshaku. This is Rama and I am Lakshman. We are here at the behest of our noble father. While my mighty brother wandered in the forest, his consort was stolen away by a Rakshasa who we now seek. But who are you? Why do you reside in this forest in such a form with a flaming mouth in your belly?" The demon became joyful upon hearing Lakshman speak. "Welcome, O tigers among men. It is my good luck that I see you here today. By good fortune, only have my arms been severed by you." The Rakshasa, whose name was Gabanda, told the brothers his story. He had previously been a Gandharva. Once, out of pride and in his divine beauty, he had laughed at a rishi named Ashtavatra, whose body is bent in 8 places. In order to free Gabanda from his pride, the rishi had pronounced a curse, turning the Gandharva into a Rakshasa. Gabanda had begged for mercy, and the rishi had said, "When Ram and Lakshmana cremate you along the forest, only then shall you be released from my curse." Gabanda continued, "In the form of a Rakshasa, I ranged the forest after once performing severe asceticism. I received from Brahma the boon of a long life, becoming fearless. I then challenged Indra to battle. That invincible god hurled his thunderbolt at me. It hit me and forced my head, arms, and legs into my trunk. Although I begged him, Indra would not kill me, saying, 'Let the words of Brahma prove true.' I asked Indra how I could survive in such a form, a mere trunk with no head or limbs. Out of compassion, he gave me these 2 arms in this huge mouth. He then said, 'When Ram and Lakshman sever your arms, you will ascend to heaven.' Thus have I sat here, stretching out my arms pulling into my mouth lions, leopards, bears, tigers, and deer. I always thought to myself, one day Ram and Lakshman will fall within my grip." Kabanda implored the princes to throw him in a pit and cremate him. Rama asked that he first tell them if he knew of anything about Sita's whereabouts. He said to the Rakshasas, "We only know the name of Sita's abductor. We do not know where he lives, nor even his appearance." Kabanda said he would be able to give them good advice as soon as he could assume his original celestial form, because only then would he be possessed of his former divine intelligence. The brothers dug a great pit next to the demon and placed it into many logs. They pushed Kabanda into the pit and set fire to the logs. As the Rakshasa's body burned, he looked like a large lump of ghee with fat running down on all sides. Suddenly from the pit There arose a shining personality dressed in blazing yellow garments and wearing a bright garland. Splendid aerial chariot drawn by swan also appeared, and Gabanda took his seat on it. He then spoke to Rama. O Raghava, I shall now tell you how you shall recover Sita. One who has fallen upon misfortune is served by another in the same circumstances. You must befriend someone who has suffered a similar fate as you. Gabanda told Rama that he should seek out the monkey Sugriva. This monkey lived in a nearby mountain with 4 friends. He was powerful, intelligent, cultured, and true to his promise. His enraged brother Vali had exiled him for the sake of sovereignty, and he was in need to help. By forming a pact with Sugriva, Rama would render him good, and in return, the monkey would assist Rama in finding Sita. Gambanda went on. Having restored the kingdom to Sugriva, the monkey will send out thousands of his followers to search every part of the world. O Rama, even if your wife has been taken to the highest or lower planets, she will be found and returned to you with Sugriva's help. Banda then told Rama how he would find Sugriva. With his divine vision, the Gandharva could see exactly what Rama would encounter, and he told him in detail. Rama would meet with the monkeys near the hermitage of the Rishi Batanga on the side of Lake Pampa, where there now lived only an old ascetic lady named Sabari. After explaining everything, Kabanda remained in the sky, shining like the sun. Rama thanked him and said, "Please depart now for your own abode. You have rendered me excellent service." Kabanda bowed his head and offered prayers to the brothers, recognizing who they were. His golden chariot then rose upwards as he disappeared into the skies. The Gandharva called out, "Enter an alliance with Sugriva." Ram and Lakshmi immediately headed west as suggested by Ikanbanda. After some time, they reached Lake Pampa and stayed one night by its side. In the morning, the princes looked about and located the site of Matanga's hermitage. It was hemmed in by trees laden with fruits and flowers. Varieties of colorful birds played in the trees, and their singing was beautiful. Deer, rabbits, and other timid creatures moved about peacefully. The princess walked over the soft grass and soon found the hut where Sabari lived. She was seated outside the hut and rose respectfully as they approached. Joining her palms, the ascetic lady fell down before the brothers and clasped their feet. Sabari offered them grass mats and brought water to wash their feet, saying, "You're welcome." Rama and Lakshman sat at ease, and Rama spoke. "O noble lady, is your asceticism proceeding without impediment? Haven't you mastered your senses? Are you fully freed from anger? And is your diet controlled? O gentle one, has your service to your guru borne fruit?" Savari looked at Rama with tear-filled eyes. She had been practicing austerities and yoga for many years. Being fully self-realized, she could understand the identities of the 2 princes. She spoke in a pleasing voice. "Today, the full fruition of my asceticism and meditation has been attained. Today, my life is perfected. My teachers have now been served and satisfied, and I have achieved heaven. Indeed, O Rama, after seeing your divine form, I shall reach those realms that know no decay." Subari told Rama that her preceptor Matanga had told long before ascended to heaven. Before leaving, he had informed Savari that Rama, accompanied by Lakshma, would soon come there. she should serve the two princes, and then, when they left, she would rise up to the eternal regions. With shaking hands, Sabari began offering the brothers fruits and vegetables of every description. After graciously accepting Sabari's offerings, Rama asked to be shown the hermitage. I wish to see for myself the glory of your guru, he said. Please show me where he lived and worshipped. Sabari took the brothers to where Matanga had his altar. It shone with a brilliant luster which illuminated the surrounding area. In a pond nearby, where the waters of the seven oceans, brought there by Matanga's ascetic powers, flower garlands made by the sage lay on the ground, still fresh and unfaded. After she had shown the brothers around, Sabari said, I long now to join those great rishis in heaven. I am ever their servant. Please permit me to leave, O Rama. Rama and Lakshman looked around, saying, Wonderful. Rama turned to the old ascetic woman. You have properly honored us. Oh, blessed lady, please depart at will. Savari bowed down to Rama and, approaching the sacrifice fire, cast herself into it. As her body was consumed, she arose in a brilliant ethereal form, adorned with celestial jewels and garlands. She appeared in resplendent. Like a strike of lightning, she rose into the sky, illuminating the whole region. She went upward towards the holy realm, now inhabited by the sages whom he had always served. Having watched Savari's depart, Rama spoke to Lakshman. This hermitage shines with splendor. By simply coming here, we have been freed of the stain of simple karma. Dear brother, surely now our fortunes will change. I feel that we shall soon meet with Sugriva. Rama felt joy as he anticipated meeting with the monkey. He remembered Kadamba's words. Soon Sita would be found. He felt sure. The two brothers left the hermitage and walked around the edge of the lake, carefully surveying the area. The sounds of peacocks and parrots perched on the trees nearby echoed all around. It was noon, and the princes took their midday bath in the lake. The water was crystal clear and covered with innumerable lotuses, making it appear like a many-colored carpet. The lake had gently sloping bank of gold, sun-covered with old trees. Long creepers reached down to the water, and shining fishes nibbled at their ends. As the brothers continued round in the bank of the Pampa, which stretched for miles, they came to the foot of the Rishamuka mountains. Rama gazed up at it. Surely, this is the mountains where Sugriva dwells. Oh, Lakshman, my heart is torn with grief for Sita. I feel I cannot live much longer unless the princess is found. Please, quickly, search for the monkey. Thinking about Sita, Rama burst into a loud wail. Where was Janaka's daughter now? Perhaps she had pined away in his absence, dying of grief. As Rama looked around at the beautiful scenery, his pain only heightened. Everything reminded him of Sita. The Behen's mating dance brought to mind the way Sita would approach him in love. The fragrant breeze was like the scented breath of his beloved wife. Yellow champaka flowers resembled her shining silk garment. Bright red tree blossoms looked like the prince's full lips. Deer moved about with their mats, piercing Rama's heart as he remembered how would wander with Sita. The white sounds reminded Rama of his wife's complexion. Indeed, he saw her everywhere he looked. Rama cried out of anguish, his heart burning with the pain of separation. Lakshmana comforted his brother, again reassuring him that Sita would be found. As he spoke to Rama, his voice rose in anger. The sinful Ravana will find no shelter. Even if he enters the darkest regions of the universe, I shall seek him out. Either the Rakshasa will yield Sita or meet with his end at my hands. Throw off your grief, dear brother, and together we shall strenuously exert ourselves to find Sugriva. High-class men never give way to despondency, even when faced with the most terrible calamities. It falls up kind of like. You know, really bad. I rather have done the legal desk, but it's all right. Oops. Thinking of Sita, Rama burst into a loud wail. Where was Janaka's daughter now? Perhaps she had pined away in his absence, dying of grief. As Rama looked around at the beautiful scenery, his pain only heightened. Everything reminded him of Sita. The paeans, Martin's dance, brought to mind the way Sita would approach him in love. The fragrant breeze was like the scented breath of his beloved wife. Yellow champaka flowers resembled her shining silk garments. Bright red tree blossoms looked like the prince's full lips. Deer moved about with their mates, piercing Rama's heart as he remembered how he would wander with Sita. The white swans reminded Rama of his wife's complexion. Indeed, he saw her everywhere he looked. Rama cried out in anguish, his heart burning with the pain of separation. Lakshman comforted his brother again, reassuring him that Sita would be found. As he spoke to Rama, his voice rose in anger. The sinful Ravana will find no shelter, even if he enters the darkest regions of the universe. I shall seek him out. Either the Rakshasa will yield Sita or meet with his end at my hands. Throw off your grief, dear brother, and together we shall strenuously exert ourselves to find Sugriva. High-class men never give way to despondency, even when faced with the most terrible calamities. Rather, they become more and more determined to overcome their difficulties. Rama was heartened by Lakshman's assurance. The two brothers continued their search for Sugriva. Chapter 11, Rama meets the monkeys. High on the peak of the Rishyamukha hill, Sugriva had heard Rama's cries. He looked around and saw the two princes on the edge of the lake. He was immediately seized by fear. The two humans appeared like a couple of powerful gods. Sugriva wondered if they had been sent by his brother Bali, who bore him constant enmity. The prince's large bow and sword cave and said to his own companions and his four companions, two mighty warriors, disguised as ascetics, have come here. Surely this is Vali's doing, dispatched by him with the purpose of seeking me out and killing me. Those two heroes will soon arrive here. What should I do? The five great apes, who were all incarnations of the gods and who belonged to the celestial race of Vanaras, sat together and discussed. They decided to ascend a high peak and observe the warriors. Coming out from their cave, they leaped from crag to crag as they bounded impetuously upward. They broke down large trees with their powerful arms. Tigers and leopards dashed away in fear, seeing the apes jumping about the side of the mountain. After reaching a high place, they came together and gazed down upon Lake Pampa. Sugriva's main advisor, Hanuman, who was a son of the wind god Vayu, then said, "What cause is there for concern, O Sugriva? Here are only two men. I don't see Vali, the actual source of your fear, nor can Vali ever come here because of Matanga's curse." Hanuman advised Sugriva to closely observe the warriors. From their movements and gestures, he would be able to ascertain their actual purpose. He should not give way to unnecessary fear. Perhaps the two men had come as friends. Sugriva was still not sure. He had experienced Vali's malicious anger on various and numerous occasions. He replied to Hanuman, "No trust can be placed in kings, O wise one. They will never rest until all their enemies are destroyed. I feel that these two warriors are Vali's emissaries. Even if they exhibit friendship, we should be wary. Otherwise, having gained our trust, they will then fulfill my brother's wicked purposes." Sugriva told Hanuman to assume the form of a Brahmin and meet with the warriors. He should study them carefully and then report back. Hanuman, who accepted Sugriva as his king, bowed respectfully and left, leaping down to the base of the mountain. As a son of Vayu, he possessed great mystic powers. He thus assumed a human form and, appearing as a wandering mendicant, approached Rama and Lakshman. Hanuman prostrated himself before the princess and inquired in respectful tones, "What brings you two shiny ascetics to the region? You appear like a pair of royal sages, fit to rule the entire world. Your massive bows glow like rainbows. Your swords appear dreadful, and your arms are like the trunks of mighty elephants. Yet you're dressed as Brahmins. And why do you wail so despondently? Why do you search about this lake? Your presence here is a mystery. Although you're indeed welcome, you seem like the sun god and moon god descended to earth, illuminating this large mountain by your own luster. Perhaps you're even powerful expansions of the Supreme Lord." The astute Hanuman closely examined the two brothers. Okay. Hmm?